to do is just get a zoom in right down in the center to kind of learn about how the plasma reacts. And the more current I add, the more yellow or thicker it becomes. I also want you to kind of get a feel because I'm only running 7 amps here. And the next slide or video you're going to see, I'm going to be running 15 amps. So let me see if we're on 15 amps, and you'll notice a difference. There's a stark difference. So let me see if this is the one. Let's see. There we go. This one's not it. Apologies. All right, let's see if this is it. I rearranged my lab, so okay. So what I'm trying to do now here is to double the amperage from the last video that you just saw. Now, what you're noticing is as I add amps, I'm getting more of those yellow streamers, and those yellow streamers are getting brighter and thicker. And so as I get it to 15 amps, you're not seeing all the little, so many purple or blue stuff. What you're seeing is a lot of thick yellow. And when we see this yellow, thicker streamers, that usually shows that we're connected it to Earth, to Earth ground. But for some reason, when it strikes this tornado-shaped coil, secondary coil, the primary coil, it acts as a ground. And so that surprised me. That was interesting. And I wanted to see if we can step through it a little bit because I want to show you how these streamers are totally acting like they're hitting ground even though they're not. My theory is that maybe there's so many free atoms in this wire bowl that the pyramid sits in that maybe it is acting like a partial ground, giving us these yellow colors. And let me see, I was going to actually pause it. Let's see here. Let's see, I wanted to show how it's a very different plasma when you double the current. I was hoping, so this, you're just seeing it different already. That thick yellow, it's interesting to me how adding the amps, keeping the same volts, keeping everything the same, completely alters the plasma. Now, of course, you're saying, oh, duh, Shawn, if you add more current, it's going to do something different. And that's true. That's obvious. But I didn't expect so much yellow because I always associated the yellow with the ground. And these aren't connected to ground. These are not striking ground because this bowl of wires that it's sitting in is connected to the drains. I'm sorry. Yeah, the drains of the 2 MOSFETs. So I thought this was interesting. I had some more interesting experiments I'll be doing with the plasma, but I thought I would share this because I thought it was pretty cool. It's different. And maybe it'd be interesting to hear your theories in the chat. And it's almost like I have a yellow plasma coil instead of a regular Tesla coil. It just has so much yellow in it. So thought I would share that. I know you guys are getting used to this little beautiful blue pyramid. I'm going to be doing some other stuff with this pyramid turned upside down because there's some asymmetries that go on when I power it up upside down that you'll be interested to see, I think, how different the plasma is. Now, I'm hoping this is the one where I do a top view and crank it. Let's see here. Doesn't look like it. Let's see. It's sort of you're on the outside looking in. Yeah, this is not it, but it looks pretty cool. I'm definitely giving it the more amps as you're seeing with all that yellow. Look at that yellow. The sound is changing, by the way. It's getting quieter as those yellow streamers get thicker. It's getting quieter. I know it's hard to hear the sound on your side. It's something that Nathan and I are going to work on, but that was it. That was full 15 amps, and it didn't burn out. Here's a look at the transistors. The MOSFET's only 153 degrees. That's pretty awesome considering all that plasma it pushed. That's pretty awesome. And you can always tell how balanced your ZVS, your primary coil, your secondary coil are based upon the heat of your MOSFETs. Because and everything is running in resonance, it's so tuned and it becomes super efficient. And so this is my Uber One circuit, and I probably have 100 hours on Uber One. I've only replaced 2 MOSFETs, so that's not bad. It's pretty good. But all of the plasma experiments I'm running off of here, the Uber circuit. Now I've designed the ZVS. That was a mess. Sorry about that. And I'll be showing more experiments on that. I'm building a Z circuit for my good friend Ian and Nathan and Charlie C. All right, so this here is I'm trying to turn the coil Humpy into a bipolar Tesla coil, and it didn't work out very well. But I thought I'd share it because if you guys recall, Humpy has a 34 gauge on one side and a 32 gauge on the other side. So this is 3 different, I guess, inductances. And so I thought that maybe in this bipolar setup that I would notice the 34 gauge would be acting differently than the 32 gauge. And I really couldn't tell. The bottom is 32 gauge and the top is 34 gauge. And as you can see, it didn't really show up anything, but I thought I'd share it. So I was asked by Bernie a couple of presentations ago. He thought that when the pyramid's plasma was striking the secondary coil to look for transmutation. And so instead of looking on the wires that surround the pyramid for transmutation, I hung up a piece of copper tape and then I connected it to ground. And then I had the plasma hit it, and then I wanted to see if there was transmutation. So I'm going to bring this under my microscope, and it's pretty interesting plasma too. Using the copper tape like that, it just turns everything yellow. Excuse me. So there, I'm just trying to show you with the naked eye what it looks like. So I'm going to be putting things under my my little microscope that I have for soldering. And as you can see, these wires are pretty small. So when I put them under the microscope, this is how big they look. So I just wanted to give you an idea of scale. And so when we look for transmutation on the copper tape, we'll get some pretty good magnification to see what's happening. So this is a piece of solder that was on the edge. I thought it was interesting because you can see the flux that's inside the metal that was melted off. My slides are out of order. Sorry, guys. Am I even in the right presentation? Okay. So here I have the microscope. It's one of those Tomlovs. If I could recommend a tool for your lab, the Tomlov, these are very inexpensive, relatively inexpensive, and you can do so many incredible things. These are those really tiny glass balls that we'll be watching later. It's these right here, and I'm kind of rolling them under the microscope here to see before we start to look for transmutation. And when I say transmutation, I'm just looking for something, a spot where a different material was created from the plasma. And maybe you guys have some better definitions of that, and be glad to see it in the chat. All right. Again, I'm just sort of calibrating this Tomlov so I can see if it's adjusted right. And here we go. These are about 0.5 millimeter polished glass balls used in children's dolls, or it's used in weighted blankets. So pretty safe stuff to work with. All right, so let's see where it struck. When you're looking here, I'll just point it out. Oh boy. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that. I'm going to freeze it next time. Kind of looks like a face. Sorry about that. I think this was one of the test slides. Oh, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So those punctures and stuff that you saw, they were markers that I colored with a pen, so I could move it to the right area under the microscope. So as soon as I saw this red, I knew I'd move up, and then I could see where the plasma was discharging on that tape. And so you have these sort of shapes here where I thought possible transmutation could occur because, again, that super high voltage was striking the surface here. And so I'm not sure what to make of these rings, but this is pretty much what I got in every test. And so I guess my microscope isn't good enough to see maybe closer to see if there's transmutation. Um, and so I'll do some more research on this, but Bernie had came up with a good idea, and I just wanted to share that I took his good idea and tried to figure it out. There's a little bit better. You can see how dark these rings are, and those colored dots are for my markers. So if you look at the copper tape here, you can kind of see how its surface is normal. But then when you look at where it struck, it has those distinct rings. So you can see now these rings, and I'm a little bit all over the place here. Here we go. We got those distinct rings that are possible transmutation points. So it's a place to dig into deeper because I'm pretty excited about the possibility of using plasma to transform things into different materials. I think this is another one. Um, Again, I'm trying to show you what it looks like before it struck and then after it struck. And so we have those markers. I think I'm changing the lighting too, so you can kind of see the strike points. Let's see here. It's sort of like looking at the galaxy and you have a star as a marker, and then you're looking over for the star you really want. I'm doing the same thing here. So not too many in this corner. Let's see if there's a little bit more. Again, they look pretty much the same once you see them. And I guess unless I rig it where I can focus the plasma on one spot, so you can see these little spots where it struck it. They're usually just little dark rings. Yeah, I'm getting a little dizzy here. Sorry about that. It's tough to film a microscope, a microscope screen. So that's what a clean copper tape looks like. So anything that doesn't look clean like that is from the plasma discharges. Different colorations. Uh, there's some more. There you go. You can see these. There you go. That's a really good one right there. That's what I'm seeing all over the place, but they're smaller. So this is a real drill in. This is a hard plasma discharge point. So I'm not sure what to do with that, but I thought it was interesting. And maybe you guys know what's going on better than me, which is usually the case. I think that's a screenshot of the ring. And there's some discoloration, but you can kind of see the smaller rings that are forming. Let's see. All right. So I was looking into the power supplies that I purchased. This is a very cheap one. I think it's 17 bucks, AliExpress, and I recommend this. It has a powerful electrostatic field. You can dial in from 1,000 volts to 10,000 volts, but it has almost no current, so it's not going to hurt you. I mean, you don't want to touch it. I mean, it'll bite you, but it's relatively safe. And by the way, if I'll put a qualifier here. Um, I want to say that if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't have the knowledge and experience, please don't attempt to make any of these high voltage circuits that I'm making here. So I'm making electrics now, and I'm trying to figure out methods so I can have a multi-pronged approach. The goal for me is to incorporate heat, frequency, a powerful electric field. Um, there are layers of things that I want to try: ultrasound and rotation. Um, and so on. And so here I was pulling out relays and hooking them up to my signal generator and thinking, well, hey, if I attach this to, let's say, a petri dish that I'm going to build an electret in, I can possibly add vibrations where it will assist in the heated dielectric. I'd say the polarization of the heated dielectric. So, in layman's terms, you jiggle the hot plastic until the molecules are all facing one way. And so, as I'm on this road to discovery, I'm looking for ways on how to use frequency, incorporate it into charging these electrodes. So, I have this subwoofer and I'm putting petri dishes on it and I'm dialing these things in, trying to achieve resonant frequency to get an idea of how they're going to react. There you go. That's the frequency where it's perfect. Um, because I believe that if you incorporate these activities, that you're going to be more successful in charging. And so here are the experiments. Took some powder that's negative, put saran wrap, and then put another powder that's positive. These are plastics. And my hope is to have one charge the other. And you can see that it is definitely charging. The glass is positive, and so that powder got so charged that it was sticking to the positive glass. So these are the kinds of things I'm looking for to create high charges. Strong electric fields. When I say high charges, I mean that something is polarized, so the molecules are arranged. There's a positive and there's a negative, and then because that the field that it's created isn't moving, it's a static field or an electrostatic field or static electricity. So that's what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to create strong static fields. Now I have this electrostatic field meter. After vibrating this on the speaker, I noticed that we hit a charge of about the meter's upside down. We hit a charge of 130 volts and it's negative. So I was able to build a charge by putting it on the speaker and jiggling these guys around for a little bit and get 130 volts. Here's another test, another view, another example. I'm doing a lot of slow-mo videos. So this is not a slow-mo video, but you'll see. Now, as I'm vibrating this, I'm changing the frequency and I'm looking for the resonant frequency. Now, all of a sudden, everything comes alive at 190 hertz. So that's the thing I'm kind of looking for is to have a complete undamped motion, the least dampened motion for the powder. And so you can hear I'm changing the frequency. And you can tell when I hit resonant frequency because all the particles come alive. And the thing is they have distinct movements, and they're basically pulling charge from the other material. So that's 180 hertz for that experiment. And that gave us 630 volts. So not too bad. Not sure. It's a okay. So here's another setup. Doing at 10 hertz. And these are just glass petri dishes, and they're about 2 inches in diameter. And I'm looking at the powder as a reaction to find its resonant frequency. When you hit the resonant frequency of materials, they call it mechanical resonant frequency. And so that's what I'm hoping to achieve here. And I think I'm failing on this one. Let's see, changing the frequencies. I wish you could hear the sound because it sounds like a flying saucer. All right, so let's see if we can hit the resonant frequency of this plastic powder. And you're already starting to see it and getting close. But once you see it hit resonant frequency, you know, because it changes the whole effect is on this. Now you're seeing some of it. Here we go. There we go. And it's quieter, it's smoother, but look at the reaction of the plastic powders. They go crazy. So I'm kind of using that as a model in my mechanical resonant frequency. Is I want my workbench, I want the physical equipment I'm working on, I want everything to be resonating. And that way then we're getting the maximum output, or we're getting the maximum benefit or efficiency. And so here you can see as I dial it in close to the resonant frequency of this dish, you're starting to see again those same reactions. So this is a silicone, usually used for cupcakes, and silicone is extremely negative. And then the glass spheres in there, they're extremely positive. And so placing this on the speaker and letting it vibrate, you're seeing that the glass is sticking and not moving on the side walls and on the bottom of the silicone form. And you would think, okay, well, they're charged in here, so what? If you pull them out, they're going to be unstuck, and so they'll lose their static charge. Actually, that's not true. If you extract these properly, they'll actually double, triple their charge after you pull them away. The pulling away the glass ball from that green silicone doubles or triples the charge. There's another example. Experiment, you can see the glasses climbing the walls. And if I let it go long enough, it just fills completely this little cupcake. The glass just fits over the sides. So here I'm again. Now you'll see me play a lot with these glass beads because this is sort of the macro scale. I prefer working with stuff at more the molecular scale, but because this is sort of a way to learn about the micro scale, this is a great macro scale. And so that's why I'm always playing with these larger particles. Now in here, I was running voltage to a petri dish that was plastic. Plastic is negative. The glass spheres are positive. And then this high voltage sphere here dropping in, that's positive. And pretty much what I discovered here is that it made a good mess. You guys are always wondering why I'm drinking tea. I just have issues with my throat, and this helps me speak. So I hope it's not rude that I'm always drinking in our presentations. All right, so again, now we're really going to get into things that vibrate and how I'm going to use them to charge. And so what I'm doing is just doing tests. And by the way, the speaker I'm using is a small subwoofer. I recommend something that can hit those really good bass notes. And this is it. This is a really good for the size because the bass, you're working on the lower frequencies anyway. So it's good to have it. These are quartz crystals, and they're also positively charged like glass. And so this negative silicon mold right here, you can see that it's just attracted. And that attraction is because of this motion. And that motion is called the triboelectric effect. Tribo just means to rub, and the effect is the static electricity that's built up. So what kind of charge did we get from so check this out. This is interesting. The silicone is measured in almost 10,000 volts, but the crystal, oh boy, the quartz crystal dust is only 1,000. So both of these are charged. And if you can extract these, that silicone can come up into the 10, 15,000 volts charge. Whereas the quartz, I was only getting a couple thousand volts, but I'm on the right track because again, I want to incorporate frequency to get mechanical resonant frequencies in order to have materials that are on each side of the triboelectric series to create the largest charge, the biggest electric field, the strongest electric field. So I had some I wanted to see how the silicone was getting charged and adhered to the quartz dust. And so that's what I'm doing here. If you think this is bad, you'd be surprised at what I've taken off or thankful of what I've taken off. But so here I'm just again experimenting on charging both materials. Let's see here. I think I have a slow motion here. Yeah, there we go. So I do a couple slow motions because there's some interesting interaction associated with vibration of materials. And if I want to look into how frequency is affecting the molecules, then I can see this as a macro view. So what's happening on the molecular level when I'm adding the resonant frequency, this is, I believe, something what the molecules are going to look like. So I thought this was fascinating. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, it's pretty long. And so what did we get from that? We have 99 volts at the charge, and this bar here is the strength of the field. This is the voltage. It's upside down. So 99 volts, a pretty strong, powerful, positive charge, which is what we expect. Glass is positively charged. Now, playing again with my frequency generator, my signal generator. Now, this is interesting. I'm going to show you here in a second. But what I did with that speaker is I put it on an aluminum heatsink. I did that because I'm cooking my electrets on this pancake grill that I picked up at the thrift store. And so I'm trying to hit the resonant frequency, the mechanical resonant frequency of what I'm trying to do here. And I wish you could hear it, but I actually cannot record the sound for some reason. But when I hit 90 to 100 hertz, the whole desk or the whole workbench moves and everything has a sort of hum, and there's just, you can feel the power of it. It's hard to explain because this workbench has 2-inch thick wood. It's an industrial grade, and yet this speaker, this little subwoofer, vibrating on this heatsink, it actually takes the resonant frequency of the whole workbench. And so I've been running with that in my experiments. Okay, out of order slide. You guys are used to this probably by now. This is my coil I named Milk and Honey. And it's a small coil, but I packed it with as much copper wire that you could put into it. It's got some really good plasma from it. This was just doing some testing before I send it to Ian. I promised I'd send that one to Ian. So that's how that one looks. All right, so here we have the pancake grill again. And I hammer these heat sinks into flat pieces of aluminum. And I put a screw there so it's a hold handle. And then these alligator clips are connected to the high voltage power supply. And so what I got going here is I got plastic there in between those two plates. And it's time to heat things up. And it's time to zap things with lots of volts. The maximum for this power supply is 60,000 volts. And you can kind of get an idea of it. So the first thing I do when I set this up is I set it up to make sure I know it has a charge. If I see the arcs and sparks, I'm golden. That means the setup is right. And then I just dial it back until I have no more noise. And then it becomes a straight static field. And so I leave it in the cooker. You can see a side view here. So as the plastic melts on the hot grill, the hot thrift store grill, it's getting now shocked with tens of thousands of volts. Kind of see my setup. It's kind of a goofy setup, but this is a more expensive power supply. As far as power supplies go, it's not expensive. But the other one was $17. This one's more $270. And it's well worth it if you're doing these kinds of experiments. Here's the infrared. Now, in all of my experiments where I start heating plastics and try to organize their molecules with high voltage, this heat or infrared becomes invaluable because I want to make sure that the precision of the temperatures is important. You don't want to scorch or burn the polymers that I'm charging because it alters the molecular structure and then you're not going to get the effects that you're looking for. And so here's the whole setup as you climb down. You'll notice that I have just plain wire coming down from the leads, and that's because it's on this hot grill. Here I have a hygrometer. It's measuring humidity and temperature. The goal is I'll turn this up to get this humidity below 50%. If humidity is 50% or higher, then there's a microscopic layer of water that covers everything. And so that really puts a damper on you trying to get a static charge, because the static charge you need insulators, the molecules of insulators, to not get shorted out. That you want that static charge to stay and not get leaked out. So humidity is important. I have these hygrometers everywhere because I need to get humidity down below 50%. And the way to do it is just turn things on. I have this little pancake grill, and I have another thing you'll see here in a second. All right, so almost done. Look at those beautiful little plastic chips or beads. They turn clear when they are at the right melting point to change their molecules, the polarity of their molecules. So look at it again. Yeah, looking good. I learned later that you have to kind of smush them because there's little air pockets, and you don't want any air pockets inside because then the charge will leak. And so this bottom plate, it has about 30,000 volts. The top plate I took off is the positive plate. The bottom plate is the negative plate. And I'm learning a whole lot from this. I'm not really doing a great job in making them as far as their charge density, but this is all good learning. Again, this is what 60,000 volts looks like on that big charger. This time I moved to copper plates, um, and because I wanted a really straight field, electric field lines, there I'm putting it right down there in the middle. And so again, I'm using heat, I'm using a strong field, and then I'm putting in side polymers based upon the Travel Electric series. This one surprised me, so I had to take a slow motion of it. I'm looking at different ways to use vibration, as you saw. Oh, okay, so for this one, you'll notice that the glass starts to form geometric shapes as I take off this rubber. I think I shared this with you guys last week, but look at the glass beads as they run and jump and stick on the right side here, and they start forming. And so pretty cool stuff. Um, I think I didn't want to show you that one. I wanted to show you the slow-mo. So let me get through these. Apologies about that one. Let's see if this one's it. Yeah. So this one is pretty cool. It's slow-mo. And what's fascinating to me is how it looks like a galaxy. It just does. And by the way, the vibrations aren't circular. The vibrations are it has sort of a back and forth. It doesn't have a circle. And yet, look at that. It's pretty interesting. I was fascinated by that. You have these denser stars in the middle, and you have all these little outside stars, and it's a little tiny cluster galaxy. You can see I get a kick out of how the glass climbs up and forms these these shapes. And so these are getting hypercharged. I think I showed this to you guys last week. The tire rubber and behind, and the glass just sort of follows it. Sorry about that. These are reruns. Wait a minute. That can't be it. Sorry guys, 1 second. Hey Nathan, can we come back? You there?
What'd you need?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to minimize this. I think I'm in the wrong folder. I apologize, guys. Let me just check real quick if you don't mind. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm missing something. Do you mind if I switch real quick?
Yeah, do what you gotta do, man.
All right. Hey guys, thanks for being patient in the chat. You guys are wonderful. I'm just going to do a couple things here and get back to the presentation because I don't want you guys to miss this. All right, here we go. So maybe if Nathan can talk to the audience real quick while I jump in here.
Yeah, I found oh man, that material you were using instead of the quartz, was it that plasticky stuff that what was it called?
The turn clear.
The green one.
Oh, the silicone.
It was amplifying the field. It seems like an amplifier. Like you have to put that in as a layer while the other one's working.
Interesting.
So if you charge your electret, make sure that goes in as a layer. Like T.T. Brown did, in each layer, there was a reason
Yeah,
it was there.
interesting. Yeah, good input. Yeah, for some reason, a ton of my slides aren't showing up. So I'm going to re-kick this off here. So strange. Okay, I was definitely in the wrong folder. So let me do this real quick.
Gotta love that.
I'm so bummed. Well, you got two presentations at least. Okay, let's see. Oh no, we've been doing 45 minutes. You guys are gonna get tired of me.
I'm never gonna get tired of you, Shawn.
You're so nice. All right, good sir. I think I'm think I'm there. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Let's see, I pick. There we go.
There we are.
Awesome. All right, guys. Hey, thank you for being patient. Those were the slides and videos that I didn't really think you'd be interested in. So I put together this presentation. So I was just in the wrong folder. So sorry about that. But there's some little nuggets here I hope that you guys might be interested in. Um, so this is the mighty Slayer exciter circuit Tesla coil. It has its transistor, has its resistor, and it has its little what is this? The pipe that goes under your sink wrapped in copper wire, thin wire. Now I've modified it a little bit. I have this little potentiometer here, and I put in this little capacitor here to kind of smooth out the DC. And I'm going to show you what I did with this little Slayer. And you might be interested if you, especially if you built a Slayer. So this is how the Slayer circuit works. I'm turning the knob just little bit by little bit until I get a breakout. And you guys have seen breakouts like this before. Nathan has some really nice ones. And this little dinky Slayer exciter, it has some potential. 32 volts, and it was running about 1.7 amps. And the issue with Slayer circuits is that they burn up easily. So I think this is just a still shot. And so you can kind of see it in the light. And I'm turning the knob. If you look upper left, boom. So that's always really nice for me to have that little knob because I can really tune it in and get it really nice. And this thing's about 3 inches high. This is a really small setup. Here's another one. And now this is just normal operation, but I was wanting to just share the plasma with you guys, kind of drill in and see. The Slayer does have a different DC plasma, and it's uniform. There's something pretty about it. It reminds me of those yellow flowers. I forget the name now. They ruin your lawn. Those really pretty yellow flowers. You blow on them and the seeds go flying away. So that's the mighty little Slayer circuit. And under the infrared, not doing too bad. And so that was 1.7 amps. And now I'm going to see how many amps this guy can go. Also, I'm going to do something that people haven't done that I found. I'm going to hook it up to AC. So this is going to be a Slayer exciter with AC, and we're going to juice it with the amps. And now I didn't know what to expect, but what I noticed here was surprised me. I did not know I could get huge lightning bolts off a Slayer circuit like this. And so you just put in a diode, hook it up to your Variac, and boom, look at that. It starts looking like it's sort of a strange kind of a strange plasma to it. But I want to just take one more look at it. It really wants to stay with that consistent DC kind of fluffy look. But those streamers that want to come out, you can see the twirls in the spins in this plasma. It's worth noting, always worth noting, when you're using a Slayer circuit, you are tuning it the closest to resonance that you can. Because the reason for that is this coil too, right here, this orange coil, it connects right to the base of the transistor. So what happens is it'll discharge and then it'll go back to the base of that transistor, turns it on again, then it discharges, turns it on again. And that back feedback loop only operates to the inductance of this coil and the capacitance of the air around you. And so you're getting a hyper resonance, I would say. Because even though you can have a ZVS Tesla coil and get it close, you really aren't going to get it better than the Slayer circuit. Now, of course, ZBS has its positives because you can get some really cool plasma. But if you want a pure resonance, that's what this is. Another thing, too, about this guy is he likes to play with your camera. So with my ZBS circuits, my camera actually gets hit with the streamers, and it's fine. You bring your camera close to your Slayer, and I think I do it here. I bring it close. Um, and it starts tweaking my phone. So here again, I'm going to go a bit higher now. I'm going to just go for broke here with the AC and see how big of a streamer we can get off this little Slayer. See, it just hit me and refocused. It hit the camera and refocused. I'm trying to focus in, but it won't let me. I'm juicing it. This is probably 10 amps. That was the MOSFET blowing up. It was really bad. I had to go get my fire extinguisher. I mean, I didn't have to use it, but it was pretty bad. But I had R2 come out and suck up the nasty fumes. And then I wanted to add some more power to it again, even though it blew up. So check that out. Another 10 amps. I just wanted to make sure, the transistor was faulty. So I had to do that. Excuse me. One thing that's interesting about this, if I can pause it, if you look at this little circuit board that I made, what I do is I cut strips. So this is all copper on one side and it's fiberglass on the other. And I use a little grinder and I grind these lines. And then I'll solder each component to the lines. And this handles the currents. This is compact and it's simple. And so one of the things you'll notice how it's not a true Slayer is because I have this little goofy capacitor here. And I did that because I thought it would help, but it didn't. I just didn't want to take it off. But I thought I would say that method that I showed you guys on how to linearize your designs, this is an example of it. So one important thing about working with electric fields, look at that. When it beeped, that's 22,000 volts, 17,000 volts, 16, 19. Now this just looks like a plain silicone cupcake. Why does it have such high voltages? These exist all around us. We just don't, we're not aware of them. We don't measure them. We don't try to figure them out. So I show you this because I have a secret potion that I wipe everything with. And that way then everything is set to 0. Because if you have all these charges, then you're going to pull your hair out, not know what's real and what is real. So look at that. Now I have only 150 volts and I'm not in the 18,000, 22,000 volts range. Doesn't even break 1,000. Look at that, 450 volts. So good hygiene, good electrostatic hygiene is important, very important. All right, so I was, let's see if we can fix this here. I was going to start building some electrets, and I was interested in using different materials. And so I'm going to walk you through the process of how I deal with these plastics before I zap them with 60,000 volts. You can see here, got a nice full serving of plastic cupcakes. Again, everything you're seeing here is thrift store stuff. And so I'm going to put it in my toaster oven and we're going to bake it. I like to pre-bake my plastics before I get them on the pancake grill and start putting electric fields through them. And because if you just put up the plastic on the grill, it's unevenly heated. So I'll do toast or I'll do bake and wait for these guys to come out. And the way you can tell they're ready is when they go clear, except for the clear that was over to the left. That was a clear plastic already. That will just liquefy. You'll know when it's ready. So you can see what a difference. Takes about 15 minutes. And so now it's time to go to the pancake grill. Look, the vibration frequency is ready. You can't hear this, but this is so loud. It's rumbling. The whole desk is rumbling and roaring. It's sort of that sensation when you have that car, that lowrider car, and they have the speaker system where the bass just says boom, 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 and your house shakes. That's the feeling that's going on here with just that little woofer and my little signal generator set at 25 volts peak to peak. And it's basically just a 5-watt frequency generator. But man, you use that speaker setup and you're hitting frequencies that does things that I never expected. So the mechanical resonant frequency from that it's amazing. Here we go. I'm always checking the temperatures. We're getting ready. I put the heat sink under the woofer, the little wannabe woofer, and that way it doesn't overheat. And yeah, so now we're getting frequency, we're getting heat, and we're getting the strong, powerful electric field. Now this is bad. This is a fail. If they change color, then they've changed their molecular structure, so they lose their molecular benefits and they're useless. But I thought I'd share it with you. I share some of my failures with you guys because you can learn a lot from them. All right, so I learned from those failures. I put them in the oven again, melted them, no brown, and now I put the copper plate on top. And you see this here, this is plasma coming out, this is 60,000 volts. And that's my tuning step. How do I know I have a field? I crank it and then it comes out. Once it's done cranking, then I just dial it back till I can't hear it. That means the field now is straight and focused from between plate to plate. Then I put on the sound here, the mechanical resonant frequency of this area here, and I cook them. And here's my hygrometer. Look, I got humidity down to 36%. That's good. This plate is crazy charged. That's 22,000 volts right there. Just give an idea. It looks like nothing, but no, that's a lot of voltage. I like to play, so I'm mixing some fusible metal here with some glass spheres, and because it's on the top plate, it's going to get charged. Did anything come from this? No, but that's kind of the fun I have. So we're getting 35%. So it's great working with these devices because when you're in a humid environment, the heat immediately changes the little area surrounding your electrets to be below the 50%, which is bad. So speaker's not getting too hot, great. Everything's looking good. I like to try to keep the pancake grill in the 400s, 415s. I mean, it's hitting 430. It's a little too high. Again, I don't want to scorch a plastic, so this is important. I broke off some pieces of the fused alloy to be melted with the glass spheres. Not sure why I took a photo of it. I like the little things going on the side. Some of it's play, some of it's experimenting. And we'll see some of the experimenting I do on the side. I wish you could hear this. This thing is roaring, rumbling, but it's not rumbling where you can see it. It's more of the air. The air is just pulsing. It's a bummer that you can't experience it, but you can get your own subwoofer and your frequency generator, crank it up to 25 volts peak to peak, and put it on a surface and just turn the dial until everything shakes and roars and you feel this sense of power. There you go. So let's see. I think I'm watching them cool off. So it's so strange too. You can be 2 or 3 hertz away, and the whole rumbling, the whole deep chain. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a roar, a grumble. It goes away, and it's that quick. So I'm going to use that a lot. I'm really happy that I'm getting connected with mechanical resonant frequency because I want everything not only to be electrical resonance, but I want it to be mechanical resonance. And I think the meeting of those two is going to be something powerful. Something I've been wanting to do for a long time. I'm like Nathan. I'm totally into the resonant frequency. I think that's my favorite thing. So I'm trying them here. You can't hear it. Sorry. But between 110 and 90, it's the best. Let's see here. What am I doing? Oh, just the process I use. Safety. Got my safe gloves. And let's see if our biscuits are ready. Our cupcakes are done. Look at that. So I let them cool under the electric field. So the nice thing about the silicone too is it doesn't stick to the plastics. So you can just pull out your little discs. Testing the charge. Yeah, we got some good charge going on. 8,000. We got 9,000, 8,000 again. So these guys are charged. Now, charge is a tricky thing though. So it's going to have to run through more tests. But we're off to a good start. I'm trying to pull these out with one hand so I can film. But these normally come out much easier than that. And there we go. We have an 8,000 volt charged piece of plastic. The reason why I put it in the tinfoil is top secret, so I won't be able to tell you. I'm just kidding. It helps strengthen the field. It helps, and I'm not sure how it does it. All right, so you look at my little meter here. I'm going to bring these little discs up close, and if the meter lights up, then it's going to tell me if I had a success or a fail. But what you can see here is this is heartbreak right here. Okay, oh look, it looks so pretty. I'm so proud of it. And look for lights where the arrow is. Look for lights. Nope. So that's a fail. That's a fail. It's depressing. No lights. So that that was not good. Pull out a different one. Yep. Let's see here. Oh, look at that. It's already sensing. That's about 16 inches. And it's a positive polarity. So you can see as I bring it closer. There you go. Awesome. So this one came out. This one's working. And so it's probably a different plastic, and it's probably has some secret ingredients. And yeah, it has such a large electric field, permanent electric field. We'll see. And it's setting off the meter. So there's another one. One of the things too about the aluminum, if I put them in there, they actually charge to their max. Pull them out for a while, they lose charge, throw them back in. So it's a strange thing. Here again, this one works, but it's not as strong. You have to kind of bring it closer. So not bad though. Still positive. So we're doing pretty well. So this is the payoff. All that work of baking and electrifying and all pays off here. Oh, okay. So this one's cool. This is a bipolar. So it has a negative side and a positive side. So not bad. I think the bipolars are the ones that is going to be their final state. I say that because when the molecules adjust or align, they're going to have two, like a magnet, they're going to have two poles. Magnet has a north and south. So with these electrets, it's going to have a positive and a negative. I always have this scene of me pulling out of the tinfoil. I don't know why. Here's a dipole. I think this is a complete dipole right here. Let's see. No, it's unipolar. Thought it was a dipole. Let's see here. I thought I had one. Yeah, this is what I do after I bake them. I see what lights up and I write little numbers and track them and put them in files and see what I did wrong, see what I did right. And I have a blast. I think this stuff is so fun. I love manipulating the invisible. I really enjoy working with the invisible fields around us. And yeah, the magnetic fields are really cool, but who plays around with these fields? Unless, of course, you have a Van de Graaff generator or a Wimshurst machine, but to really generate voltage is pretty awesome, and have that voltage inside. So you saw it was about 6,000 volts. I'm here going to wipe it with my secret formula. And because whenever you're working on any surface, unless it's metal, it's going to have a charge. So look at that. I robbed this big plastic sheet of the charge, so I'm ready to work on it. It's called good hygiene. Now I'm going to test these electrets, and that's 2,000 volts. Now I'm touching it to the electret. That's not technically correct. You should be an inch away from the electret. I'm sorry, the meter should be an inch away, and it's not. But I'm not looking for specifics right now, and I don't want to hold it up in the air and guess. So as long as it has a voltage, I'm going in the right direction with this meter. Here I'm doing it the other way around. Right, that's a good negative polarity. 4,000 volts. Oh, that was positive, sorry. So one had positive, one had negative. So this is another way how I look at them. 3,000 volts. Another thing too is consistency with the surface. That's something I've been working on. It's a tricky thing. As I move it around, it has different voltages. I mean, that's just because the molecules are not all perfectly aligned. They're just aligned in groups. And the more molecules you have aligned, the greater the field, the stronger the field. So you want as many as you can. So this is the powerful negative side. And yeah, this is one of those monopoles, same thing. So I'm just going through what I baked in the oven, checking them out. Let's see here. So yeah, they're all holding charges. I think this is a day or two. Here I took a PVC pipe. Look at that. I'm putting in so many electrons in the melted plastic in there. It's, that this is going to align the hot plastic in here. You just know. You can feel, look at that. Electrons are spilling out because there's so much power inside. And so, but of course, we don't want to waste the field in plasma, so we turn it down until it's silent. So I put this together on the side here with the copper plates because I can't see inside here, the PVC, but I can see inside of here, so I can judge or monitor the temperature. If this browns, then this browns, and then it's a failed experiment. So I just wanted to kind of show you that why that's doing. This speaker is always running, so keeping the vibrations. Again, another view of that. This cheapy grill works like a champ. I'll tell you what, thrift stores have almost anything you need for these experiments. So I'm getting a little bit better because I'm getting these to light up further and further away. This field is different because you can plug in the back your multimeter, and then not only can you check the strength by the lighting up of these LEDs, but you can also get hard and fast numbers of the charge. So I haven't gone that far yet. I'm just trying to really see how I can build electrets, what to do, what not to do. And my best is this one's really good. Look at that from the side. The field is so strong. And this is it's a optical illusion here. This is at least a foot and a half away. But yet the way the camera is, it's making this box look huge, but it's not. So when you see the light come up and the plastic come up, you can see these guys are working out. I test these every day like this. If they don't have a charge, they go in the bin, and I figure out what I did wrong or what I did differently. This one's kind of fun. So let's see what this one's charged with. Red or blue? Okay, so it's red, so it's positively charged. You see the red come back on again. The other side, positively charged. Okay, so it's a monopole. And then let's see here. I'm going to do something very technical. I'm going to use an electron extractor. Look at that. I used the electron extractor, drawing them to the surface, gave it a negative field. Now I'm going to alter the molecular structure again. And instead of blue, it's going to come back red, positively charged. Oh, oh, I do the same thing again. Watch. Okay. There we go. So I'm sharing this with you guys because this is really, really hard stuff. This is really hard stuff. Because we live in the electric field. We just do. We live in the electric field. And so if you don't really set up your meter correctly, set up your surroundings correctly, I mean, see all this junk all over my desk? Those are perfectly laid to give me the right field. No, I'm just kidding. I should clean off my desk. But seriously, you really need to understand field strength, polarity or polarization. You need to know these things because otherwise you're just going to pull your hair out. Because you saw I rubbed it with my hand and it became a completely different electret. And so a hint I'll give you is that that's a surface charge. If you could rub something and it changes the electric field, that's called a surface charge. If you rub my secret potion on it, it'll remove the surface charge. And then after that, if you run it to the beater, then you have what is the real test. So here we go, another test. I wipe these to get rid of the surface charge. So this is actually an internal charge. So we really have molecules inside of that plastic disc changing polarity. So that's a good thing. So I'm getting there. I'm far away still. And I'm glad you guys hanging out with me in this adventure. I hope you're learning cool stuff. I know I was, or I am. Let's see. So all kinds of different shapes and sizes and plastics. Um, all right, so here I'm just going to play a little bit. So this is that potassium permanganate. And I want to show you how sensitive it is to electric fields. And there's a guy on the internet that does something different that's really cool. I got to figure out what he does. This is my own hillbilly version. So I'm going to spread that on a piece of white plastic paper. And then I spread that little dust in the middle there. And then there's going to be that sphere. And what I do is when I hit the voltage, it's going to go positive voltage to 10,000 volts. So check that out. Just boom. It let's see here. Pause. Yeah, it's kind of fast. So here you have this. Oh, pretty cool. Oh, boom. As soon as I hit the switch. Now what you'll see is similar to magnetic iron filings. You'll see these guys align up to the lines of the electric field. And you can kind of sort of see it. Not as good as, again, like a magnet would, but you can see how the lines are all spreading out from the center. What's really cool, and I think you'll see it in the slow-mo, is that these little guys will get charged and then fly over to the end, get discharged, and then fly back, get charged. It's a really kind of a cool thing. I'm doing some tapping here so I can kind of get more of these guys moving better so you can see the lines. And I'm not sure what that is. All right, so here's another one. I think this is my slow-mo. And the slow-mo is pretty interesting. Let me see. I'm going to have to bring it to the juicy part here, though. Let's see. Right. There we go. This is slow-mo. Kind of have to keep your eye on it. Let's see what it looks like. There you go. That's crazy. hit 10,000 volts and those little particles. Now they're coming back. They're coming back, hitting it, then going back to this in and out, in and out. I didn't see that action until it was a slow-mo. So that was pretty cool, pretty interesting. Um, it's neat to try to see fields. I really want to be able to see fields. This is a path. Um, I'm not too satisfied with it, but it is a path. So are we? Yeah, we're going. All right. So again, we see them start run, and they're running along the electrostatic lines of force. So that's why you're almost getting that kind of shape. So I also pouring plastic powders and thinking that I was going to get some big reaction, and nothing worked. And so this is just a fail, epic fail. And I have many more fails than that. It's interesting also to see how things are charged in the infrared, because the heat distribution might be interesting. And so here, I didn't expect it to be that warm, but evidently it is, as it's charging the material. So there's no plasma. This is just friction, probably. So here I'm running 10,000 volts in the beads, and you can watch the beads. They start to stiffen up. And what happens is all the beads get locked in real tight. And then the beads that are close, they get charged and then they join. They get charged and they go back and they get charged. And the reason why they're doing it is they're trying to lock in all the stuff around it to finding this is all holding a charge. So that's pretty cool. And that's what I'm hoping is happening at the molecular level. And we already talked about that. Yep, we did that. Let's see. You guys have been great. Wow, we've been going an hour and 20 minutes. Thanks for hanging in here, hanging with me, guys. We got maybe 10 more minutes, if that's okay. So this is the setup that I was running. I think we went through this one. Let's see. Not sure which this one is. Okay, I think we're just gonna, these are all repeats. So I think we covered the spots that we missed. Just a couple more slides. Let me see. Did the vibration. Sorry about the quick switching. Let's see. Well, I think we're done. I think we're done. Mr. Nathan, are you still there?
Yes, I am. That was cool, Shawn.
I appreciate that.
Hey, BurnEye's here with us.
That was awesome, amazing, and full of essential information. Thank you, Shawn.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's a little different than my plasma stuff. So playing around with fields and strengthening them and understanding where they're at, and I did some research on if I was to store 1 coulomb of charge in an electret, that it would rip apart like the molecular structure of its surrounding objects. That's how powerful it would be.
So, like an EVO.
I'm telling you what, AI says I can't do it, so that's a dare. I'm gonna. We'll see. You got blurry.
I didn't like what I had to say.
I've always said that the devil runs the internet. I believe that. Bernie had something really good to say, and oh, excuse me. So, what are your overall thoughts, Nathan, about the electrets?
Man, you're getting really far into this. There's a lot of information there, like Bernie said. You're really taking it to the next level, man. You're getting things to charge. You're putting the heat in right. They're staying afterward, and it looks like they're staying for multiple days.
Right.
That foil, it looks like it's either amplifying it in compression or that you're picking up electrons from it, which is just awesome in itself that it's amplifying that field.
Right, right. When you saw the glass sticking to that green silicone cup, when you extract the glass is so highly charged, it will just fly out of your hand like a magnet.
Mm.
And the there are a handful of I'm trying to think of the word truth statements, I guess, that if you don't go for them or try for them, know them, you will never be able to manage or capture the charge.
Mm.
So, for example, one statement is to stop charge leakage. You want to or insulate or isolate charge leakage. Charge leakage is the enemy, and so I have a bullet point. It's worded better than I just shared it, but it's literally no leakage. And so I'm trying to think of another one. Um, oh boy. The burning or the browning of the polymers, because so change no molecular structure. So you need to see it clear, or if it's not clear, you don't want any browning, because again, you're working with different molecules at that point. And so so that's another one. So I'm working off of these. Or another one too is, you would think pulling let's say the glass sphere off of the silicone, you would think that in that effect it would lose charge, or charge would cut in half. Actually, no, it goes exponentially. So those are these rules, I guess, fact statements that I'm building one by one by one by one. Or how you saw me sanitize and remove all fields.
Hmm.
You saw I zeroed out the plane. These are all things I'd beat my head against the wall for trying to learn this, because it's not out there. It's not out there in the way that I'm trying to do it. It's just not. Nobody's doing this. So I've been a little bit obsessed with electric fields. I think there's a lot of promise in them. I really do.
When you get a couple that are running down on charge there, Shawn, take some of that green material, put it in between, and cap it. Try to put two charges that are similar to against each other to see if you can't force it to have
Oh,
compression in there.
that'd be
And
interesting.
yeah, tape it up and see if it holds together.
Yeah,
And if that thing works as a binder to hold in, so it bounces back
yeah.
and forth between the two.
Interesting. What would be the field repulsion? We know what field repulsion is with two like poles for magnets, but I've not even heard of it with electrets. I mean, you can scour the internet, and 7 volt electrets are used in microphones, and 700-volt electrets are used in radon detectors, and that's it. Where that is all. Where are the electrets? And so it's wide open. And so it's an open field. I just have a set. I'm aiming for that Coulomb charge. If you recall, I was aiming for 1,000,000 volts with my Tesla coil, and my largest discharge was 18 inches, and I thought, okay, that's enough. That's 1,000,000 volts. It's higher actually. So I'm kind of shooting for that same goal, where charge density, all the hair on your body sticks right out as soon as you get next to the electret. That's what I'm going for.
I
Nice.
like it, and I know you're gonna get it.
Appreciate that. So what do we got in the chat? I'm sorry, I haven't even checked it out.
Jarvis jumped in. You got some cool
Oh, the
stuff going on.
master.
Yeah.
Jarvis. We send the
Let's see.
link to Jarvis to expand upon the electrets a little bit. If
Oh yeah,
Damn.
he's
Ready for liftoff, man. He's ready to go. Got some over Unity anti-gravity stuff going on. Awesome.
yeah, he's writing some research papers, and his papers are going to be revolutionary. I mean, he's working with me with Electret. So yeah, I think he's going to take a break. I hope you saw my presentation, because this will help me catch up with him because I've sent a lot of this stuff to him, but he's been real busy. Not
He's
feeling
asking
well
for the link.
either.
If you are able to send it, he might hop on quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, if he said he wasn't feeling well. Let me see here. Hey, Jarvis, you want to join? Yeah, he says Facebook, please. Send him the link in
All
Messenger.
right, let's blast off on Electrets because I know you two
Oh,
are working
so
together on it.
I sent it
so
already. So yeah, Jarvis, if you're up, man, let's go.
so you know how that Frankenstein had that humpbacked assistant, Igor? I'm
Hmm.
Igor, okay? Now we're gonna meet Mr. Frankenstein.
That's a. I think you're underestimating yourself and your
Oh
coiling
yeah.
and everything you contribute, good sir. But as I guess maybe under electrics, yes.
I'll just every time I see him, you rang, boss. Okay. Well, we got some questions. I don't know. This is just a clip of a stream or it's live, but I have
Don't
to
bother
say,
reading that. Don't read that.
oh, okay.
That yeah, don't read that. We don't want nothing to do with that
A
guy.
little bit of a dispute there.
There's no dispute. The guy sent me some information to fill out to find out personal information from me. He's a stalker.
Really?
Yeah, I want nothing to do
Really?
with that guy.
Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, is there a way to block them?
Well, he came up with 5 different names to get on to my stream, and I had to block all 5, and they all lead back to his computer address.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
not a good person to have around. Anyway, let's move on. Hopefully Jarvis will join us soon. I sent him the message on Facebook. So yeah, talk about some
yeah,
electrodes, man.
yeah. Dead fish cheese spread says a speck of quartz smaller than a grain of sand can give you a good little zap.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have. It's counterintuitive, it seems, but you would think you want a bunch of gravelly, edgy pebbles running against each other, rubbing against each other for the right effects, but not with electrostatics. Everything has to be polished. So I picked up polished those glass spheres. I picked up the polished quartz. Um, and those are the ones that can establish the most electric charge. Hey,
What's up, Jarvis?
Close
Oh,
to
look up.
everyone. I have a YouTube open, so I gotta look back. Hold on 1 second.
his volume's a little low.
I'm good. There was a YouTube in the background.
Oh,
What's going on, guys?
nice to see you, man.
It's nice to see you, Bernie. How you doing?
Pretty good, my friend. Pretty good. Glad to be back on with you and hoping you will divulge a little bit of your electro secret sauce without crossing your NDA threshold.
Yeah, I can do so. I'll tread lightly. If there's a static charge like an electret as like a membrane, and you use the magnetic vector potential, that's the colloidal cycle, you can boost it up. So it looks like a torus, and then you got like a charged membrane, and whenever you pulse it, I can show you off my channel. I did a test just as a proof of concept.
Yes, please.
Would you like to
Yeah.
see it? I had to find it.
Did you catch my presentation?
I caught the end of it. I didn't catch the very beginning. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was waiting.
Rewatching.
I have to open that video first, I think, on my website.
I was waiting for Jarvis to come on and say everything Shawn said about Electrets is wrong.
No, I mean it's open for discovery. That's the beauty of it, you know.
Yeah.
Right and wrong. it's just, anybody that's interested in exploring it is a very interesting topic.
Yeah, open field too. My
Yeah, I'll try
camera.
to open the, I think it's this video.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to go back to present, share screen. If I share the total screen, I can turn on audio, right?
I've tried. Audio hasn't been working.
Yeah,
Alright,
I think it's on the browser. If it shares browser,
entire screen.
then you can do this. Then you can
Yeah,
do the
the
same.
entire screen. It's not letting me do it. All right, let's.
Stefan's got a comment. Tesla often mentioned that metal surfaces should be polished. Oh boy, I lost it. Oh, here we go. Tesla often mentioned that metal surfaces should be polished highly. I never hear or see or talk
Can you do me a
about
favor?
it.
Can you go to my channel?
I need a dark light. Are you smoking a stogie?
Yes.
I love it. I mean, I'm not allowed to, but I think smoking's awesome.
Yeah, we're
It's
picking
not-
up your screen. We're not picking up the video.
Yeah, I tried to. I'm hoping Bernie can visit my YouTube.
Oh, my computer's lagging up. It would have to be Nathan. If Nathan can load your page and play.
Yeah, Nathan, could you do that, please? Could you go to my channel? It's near the bottom.
If you have the link, Jarvis, if you could post the link in the private chat for Nathan, then he could open it up on his computer directly easier.
Roger. Sorry.
Oh,
I think that's
Well-
it.
Crypto gives a shout out to Faraday Research. Hey guys. Yeah, Stefan, I'm not sure who's talking about how Tesla says that things should be polished, metal surfaces. It's interesting.
Do you see it in private, Nathan?
Yeah, I got it. I'm doing it right now.
Increase your static charge potential, no? If it's polished, or
Yeah, it's strange because you don't get more surface area if you polish it. You definitely get more surface area over a jagged surface, but no, polished things are it. Otherwise, you're not going to get a charge.
This
Okay,
was,
we got it.
This was a proof of concept. I charged triboelectrically a balloon and covered the colloidal round wrapping with the balloon, and I charged it, and I'm pulsing it. There's no magnetic field involved here. In the center here, you're only getting a magnetic vector potential. You're not getting a magnetic field or an electric field. You're getting a magnetic vector potential in the middle, and it's still vibrating the charged membrane because the magnetic vector potential can influence the charge of that membrane. And you can get lift like that, like a jellyfish kind of thing. So if you make your coil that's just colloidally wrapped like that, and you pulse it, and you have a charge, you get a force. But you gotta pulse it,
Yeah, what we're using the PWM to pulse the little high voltage.
Yeah, I had to wait for a day that was below 30% humidity, and then I took a piece of wool and I charged the rubber membrane, and then I set the power supply to the pulse width modulator, and I pulsed it at the same frequency when I hit it with like a drum kind of thing. I recorded it and got the frequency of that, and I'm pulsing it at that frequency.
Oh wow!
And if you play audio, you can hear it vibrate because it's charged.
Mm-hmm.
And the only field acting on it is non-magnetic. There's no magnetics involved here. You know, they call it like a Stern-Galosh type effect. But here, the magnetic field is literally in the PVC pipe wrapped around. There is no magnetic field. There's only the magnetic vector potential that's centered on that charged balloon. And I charged it with the wool down there. When you pulse it at the frequency, and all you got to do is hit it with like anything and then record the frequency, and you get the frequency of the drum. It vibrates it whenever you send it with the pulse width modulator or any signal generator at that frequency, because it's a charge that's being influenced by the magnetic vector potential. And they call it the A field. That's the A field. And it has an effect, and that's what this proves. It's very big.
Yeah, I was just pausing it because I wanted him to hear the vibration.
Yeah, can you play the audio?
Yeah, I am, and it's as loud as it could go. So just give it a second.
I can hear something.
I had to amplify it.
Yeah, it's buzzing.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Hear that.
A little hum.
So
Yeah,
that's the
I
A
did.
field. Is that the resonant frequency? Did you say?
Well, when I hit it with like a drum thing, it was surprisingly close to 60 hertz, you know, and I didn't mean to do that. It was just the tension of the rubber band and me hitting it with like a solid pencil. And I would hit it with a pencil and record it, and it was around 60 hertz.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
Where'd you put the microphone?
like, see this microphone right here?
Yeah.
I used this microphone and I hit it, and then I went into audio engineering software and saw the frequency, and I set the pulse width modulator to that frequency.
That's smart.
Wow. Yeah.
And it shows it vibrating because it's in resonance with something that's not a magnetic field. It's showing action. We're all used to magnetic field showing action, but this has no magnetic field involvement. It's showing action.
Right.
That's what's important about it.
Right.
No magnetic field involved at all.
And what's the plate right there with the?
It's a grounding plate. Like when I rub the wool over the rubber, I grounded it with the grounding aluminum plate there. It's hooked right into my ground from house ground.
Okay.
But I've noticed I have to, like I told you, Shawn, please don't plug into your home ground. Like make an actual, like literal ground outside. Here's my grounding rod for that, you know.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to mess with high voltage ground without having like a literal ground. Like you don't want to go in through your home because it can arc and it causes fires or hazards that way. So you want to really ground it with a true ground. Don't ground it through your house.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and so in one of my video clips, I need to hide that part where I use the house ground.
And you said you heard crackles.
Well, I run my infrared all through the garage, so I can see what lines in my walls are getting hot and what circuit breakers are getting warm. So, but I'm glad you reiterated that. Thank you.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to ground through your house circuitry. Like you literally want to ground it like with a rod outside.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot that.
That's why I was trying to tell you, Nathan, in the past, an UFA ground is excellent. That's just surrounding the ground rod with concrete. That's how they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it acts as a.
Well, Iris, Ian's got a good comment.
Ian? I love Ian.
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah,
Nice.
physics. Yeah, but the thing about the A field is it's a potential. You want to focus on potentials and not fields. Fields are the effect of potentials. Potentials are the root of the mathematics. Fields are electric fields and magnetic fields are a product of the potential. The potential is really the core. So the potential, you have a magnetic vector potential that's colloidal. And you have 2 time cycles, like a picture an inner tube for a tire. It goes around, the tire goes around, but it's got this little loop that you can curve like this around the little loop. You know what I mean? So it's that little loop that gives it what I call the ripple. So you have an orbit, you have a ripple, and if they're 1 to 1, you get an ellipse. You know, so Kepler's laws is really a toroidal law, but it's 2 time dimensions. You got 1 orbit and you got 1 loop. And when you get 1 to 1, you get an ellipse. When you get 2 to 1, it looks like a kidney bean. 3 to 1, like a clover. 4 to 1, like a rosette. And it's it's the number of wraps per orbit that cause atomic type of spectra. And I can match the spectra. And taking it further, I can go with the spin of the actual planet or electron and unify it with 3 time dimensions. But it sounds crazy, but it's really easy. It's 3 time dimensions is the Earth spins, that's 1 time dimension. The Earth goes around the sun, that's another time dimension. And the Earth literally takes this colloidal path, and that's the ripple. And that's where it's a hidden dimension. But once you understand that there is a ripple,
I like that.
Yeah, once you realize there's a ripple in every orbit, an ellipse is really just a 1 to 1 ripple to orbit. And it develops like literally Schrodinger's wave equations into atoms. It develops into that, goes into chirality, goes into helicity. Helicity, whenever you mix it with helicity, it really unifies everything whenever you do that. Because it's a torus, so you got 1 axis and 2 axis, and then you go helic, and it really just, it's called the helic vortex energy equations. Those are just spot on with everything from above and below. It's like the theory of everything equation. Whenever you mix helicity with a torus geometry and energy, in this case, it's like binding energy or gravitational potential. Whenever you mix those, you get a theory of everything that matches from the bottom to the top. And it's literally like an atom is like a galaxy in that case. It's truly as above, so below. And it just takes thinking of dimensions as time. And they're not based off of anything false. It's based off of a true structural time of a torus. I mean, it's not making anything up. A smoke ring has this way and this way. And spin, for the molecules. But there's 3 times going on right there. So why don't we say there's 3 space and 3 time with spin, ripple, and orbit? Then it all comes together.
I just don't understand, but you're bang on with that.
You don't understand? Can you repeat?
Yes.
What's going on, guys?
You said you didn't understand, Bernie?
No, I said most don't understand, but you're bang on with that. Like that, there's the 3.
Yeah, and it's not.
They're
It's
looking
not.
at it from 1-dimensional when there's 3 dimensions of it within our 3rd-dimensional reality.
It's observable data, observable models. Because whenever you get into string theory and stuff, there are dimensions that are unobservable. But all I'm saying is the 3 time dimensions are related to the orbit, the ripple, and the spin. And
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's based off true. It's not like quantum loop theory or anything like that. It's based off of true dynamics, and it matches the small and large scale. So it's really important, and that video I showed is important for lift when it comes to down the line for this physics. That's why I'm trying to write the physics to explain lift and over unity and stuff.
Crazy.
Yeah, because
So
it follows out of the equations. It's literally like you have to have anti-gravity. You have to have over unity systems in order for the theory to be true. It's like a fractal, and if we just went with Kepler's laws of an ellipse in 2 dimensions, we wouldn't get precession. That it precesses each time. It doesn't
Like Mercury.
come back to the exact point. It goes around and precesses each time. If Kepler was right, it would just go around and go around and go around in the same spot. Because it's 2-dimensional, it doesn't see the amplitude of the wave. And when you do that, the amplitude causes a slight precession. That's why Mercury precesses. So with general relativity, the big thing was Mercury's precession, and this naturally explains it. It naturally explains gravitational lensing of light near massive bodies. Like it explains frame dragging and all the relativistic effects, but it generalizes it and brings it to the next level. It can say, look, this is just a small, like I can derive Einstein's equations from a bigger equation that gives you free energy and anti-gravity. But I don't like to say free energy. I say over unity. It's more accurate.
I like over unity too.
Yeah, it's more true.
So, what would be sort of an experiment to substantiate some of the theories you're sharing?
Well, like I said, if we make a monopole with one negative and one positive and spin an electric motor, that would be a great mind bender, because most people, when it comes to magnetic generators that just go over and over, it's hard. You got to gate it and do all kinds of crazy stuff. But for an electric motor, all you need is a positively charged obelisk and a negatively charged obelisk, and you'll literally get rotation very easily without having to gate magnetism or anything like that. It's just a literal positive and negative charge that's causing it to spin. Just like if you were to do an atmosphere motor, right? But instead of sending a balloon way up into the air to get the voltage, you literally just make the voltage with electrons. So you're setting the field. Instead of sending 1,000 feet into the air to get the high voltage, you're using material, and you can put the material into an enclosed space that would mimic what you would do to send a balloon 1,000 feet up.
I never thought about it that way. It's brilliant. Brilliant.
And that's how Sparky Sweet was doing it, He said he was conditioning magnets, but he was making electrics too. Barium titanate is a great electric material. It's both. It's magnetic and electric. So he basically took the Earth's atmosphere and sandwiched it down. And if you can make a sail that knows how to collect that, is the next step. I can't disclose that. But
that would be a gravity sail.
Just know, if you made a small environment that's mimicking and exponentially being higher than the Earth's magnetic field, and one small thing like Sparky Sweet did, you have to know how to jiggle it and collect it like a sail. Okay, you have to think about 90-degree type of relation in order to jiggle it and collect it. You have to go.
Are you thinking like a sailboat where it has to go upwind, so it has to take tacks?
Sailboat to catch the wind.
But you have the tacks to go upwind.
Yeah, so the wind here is the cross. It's the 90-degree. That's
wow.
You want to jiggle it and then catch the wind. And all I'm going to say is colloidal, and then you get it.
What's the difference? You talk about the field being the effect of the cause, and the cause is the potential. What's the potential in plain English?
The potential is voltage.
Yep.
In plain English. The E field has separate components too, just like a magnetic field has B and H. I
see.
Get into detail, but the common layman term is voltage. Voltage is the scalar. It's
okay.
Yeah.
So another question. So when electricity travels through a wire, it creates an electric field, then a magnetic field is perpendicular to the electric field, and but you can have a permanent magnet, which is just a magnetic field, and with the electrets, we can only have an electric field and not a magnetic field.
But magnets
If
are
you move,
patent.
sorry, if you move the electret, will it end up with a 90 degrees perpendicular magnetic field?
Yeah,
if it's
and
in
I was
motion?
actually talking with Joe about this. Imagine if you had a bunch of electrets in a plane and the plane was traveling really fast. Because those
Yeah.
are microscopic charges, they're going to have magnetic fields as the plane travels through the air. And it's these things that you have to realize, like you shouldn't ship permanent magnets just like you shouldn't ship electrets. It should be ground shipping. It should not be a plane. That's hazardous. The same situation with magnets is true with electrets. Because if that plane takes off and we have like monopoles and say it's just like a big electron going through the sky, it's going to produce this magnetic field. Just the motion
because electric field moving is a electromagnetic.
Right. Magnetism is the byproduct of charge in motion. So
If I have an electret, okay, and I measured it, it has no magnetic field, it's in my hand, and then I toss it to you, if I could measure the electric and the air as it's being tossed to you, is it making a magnetic field?
yes. When you toss it, like imagine it's like this, okay? When you throw it this way, the magnetic field curls like this.
It's crazy.
Okay? And it produces a magnetic vector potential that I was talking about. That resembles what you would say a magnetic field looks like whenever you have a charged spinning planet looks like.
Yeah.
Field. But if you threw a charge, the center would be charged coming at people, and the magnetic field would be like an Ouroboros. It would circle
Crazy.
around it. As it's traveling towards you, it would circle around it. It's a concentric circle to that. But the A field comes like a magnetic field through the video and
Right.
back around.
So when you move, so everything has a magnetic property. It's just that they're
unless you
equilibrium.
pause the whole universe, because everything has relative motion, there's always going to be magnetism because there's always relative motion. Unless you freeze everything, then there would be only just static. But you can't just freeze everything.
Right. So, but if you run a magnetic, let's say a magnet across, let's say an open field, you wouldn't generate anything because it's not going across a conductor. But if you ran an electret across a field, since everything has electric fields, would you have some sort of effect of creating electricity?
Yeah, it's easier because the electret is like the analog of the root. Is the potential of the magnetic field, because anytime a magnetic field produces from a charge, either positive or negative, traveling through space, that gives you the magnetic field structure. So the origin of all magnetic fields is a charge in motion in physical sense. You relate that charge to mass. It doesn't have to be charged. It's like a conservation. In mine, it's really the conservation of angular momentum that gives it charge.
Right.
But the conservation that we call charge, but it's hard to define charge. You know what I mean? But it's the charge in motion that gives rise to magnetism.
Yeah, so that's so if you were to build a generator with the magnets and copper wire, you would make it in a way where the magnets cut through the conductor in motion.
90 degrees. Right. So in order to do it with magnetism, the magnetic field expands out from a Tesla coil. Like the Tesla coil is wrapped like this. The magnetic field comes out like this from a Tesla coil.
Right. Yep.
Secondary at 90 degrees. So anytime you induce something with a magnetic field, you have to cut the next coil 90 degrees.
Right.
But with an
electric field,
it's parallel. It's parallel. You don't have to cut 90 degrees to produce voltage. You literally just set a charge here or here, and you can, control where the charge goes in parallel, longitudinally.
That's what I was going to ask. What would an electric generator look like analogous of a standard magnetic generator.
It would look like Sparky Sweets.
Is that a guy or is that a machine?
Mm-hmm.
That's a guy and a machine.
Yeah.
Or-
His what's his first name, guys? Somebody in chat will know it. Let me go to comments but
Ian?
Floyd Sweet is his
There you
first name. And what he's doing there is what I've been saying all along. Imagine a material that has an electric field and a magnetic field that's purposely made to be like this instead of like they want to be.
Yeah.
The electric field wants to be like this, and the magnetic field wants to be like this. But you can force it with magnets and electrets to be like this.
Mm-hmm.
You do that, you make what I call the Ghostbuster field because it just spirals. They want to go 90 degrees, so you're forcing it like this, and they're just like, hey. So you're like turning up the ether whenever you set them like that.
That makes sense. Could that be replicated with a capacitor and a permanent magnet?
Yeah, that's what Sparky Sweet's doing. He's setting them like that, and he's just putting a little bit of energy into jiggle it, and then once you jiggle it and it wants to, it's very small input you need, and you get very large output out because you're literally almost producing the Earth into like a volume like this, but you're controlling the electromagnetic fields. You could just make it like the Earth and use the Earth's fields at 8 hertz for Schumann resonance, or you can tickle it like at 60 hertz he was doing, because we got a lot of power lines that are naturally just going off on 60 hertz. And Sparky Sweet tuned it to 60 hertz because he's like, hey, all this radiation is going on anyways, I might as well jiggle it at 60 hertz and then get more power out. And that's how you do it. You have to have material that consolidates the electromagnetic fields and orients those magnetic fields how you want. If you want motion, you can orient them a different way. Sensors, so it's all about the electromagnetic field orientation. That's big time here, because you just consolidate it down and you control the electromagnetic field. And you jiggle it.
So quick. Sorry, I'm not too versed in this, but back to the let's say the straight lines of an electric field laid across. It's a static electric field laid across the magnetic lines of force from a permanent magnet.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that something occurs when that happens?
Yeah, especially when it's monopolar, what we're talking about with the patent. It's never truly just all electrons to give it the negative charge. There's positive charge as well. And Joe talks about this. Joe Fuchsius is very smart. Anytime you have an electric charge, you're going to have the opposite charge somewhere else. You know what I mean? But you can control the geometry of the charge. So if you did have a hemisphere, you can control the outside charge relative to the inside charge, like Joe Fuchsius said. He was right on there, but imagine the middle was just a round magnet that you can get anywhere, and you orient it one way, and then you orient it 90 degrees, and you study what happens when you orient it different.
Wow.
You even have a pendulum that's charged and with magnetic fields. Is there a difference in time just by being charged and having a permanent magnetic field? So it's tests that you can do that aren't available because people don't think about the high charge density of electrets. You have high charge density by the aggregates.
Yeah. Well, my successes, the small ones, I owe to you. You've been my mentor, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. Next thing I want you to try is taking a hemisphere.
I have it set up.
The charge shape is really going to matter there, because I want
You're talking about the half.
I want you to try a monopole, and you can do it either that way or with a cone. Like one of those small cones, you go to the water fountain and drink from like a small cone.
Mm-hmm.
Either the cone for a monopole or a hemisphere for a monopole, and you can sandwich two with magnet or whatever. But a hemisphere or a cone would be the best shape to go when you're going for a monopolar external field. The shape really does matter.
And what do you thinking? Positive or negative monopole?
Either one. Like I said, like with glass, you could do positive. You know,
It's tough to get the charge to be through the glass and just not be a surface charge. Um, I mean, you have to heat it up, I guess. But
so
I'm really interested in. Say again?
from triboelectrically charging,
Yeah, I don't know how you would get it through the insulator, through the glass.
so your aggregate is those small glass beads, right?
Right.
Whenever you use the vibration, it charges those aggregates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what you want to do, just as a proof of concept, is melt some wax.
Yep.
Triboelectrically charge the glass beads and pour it into the wax. Turn the heat off and let it cool. See if the wax holds any of the bead as a proof
The
of
charge.
concept. Even if there's 100 volts left, it just proves the proof of concept. So
That's awesome. And you set it up a glass container or just in wax, let it cool and let it be a wax disc.
well, for that, I would do a hemisphere. Like the ping pong ball cut in half. You can
Yep.
spray it with nickel or carbon conductive ink. Charge it with a diode. If
Mhm.
you're going for positive, you're going to want to charge it positive with a diode. And then melt some wax in there. As it's charged, it's going to pull the electrons. It's going to set
Yep.
this wax into a positive state. When you vibrate the glass beads and they become positive as the aggregate and you pour it into this,
Right.
it's going to have a propensity to be more positively charged on the perimeter of that hemisphere than negatively charged. Then
And
you
you're
get the monopolar type of shapes.
and that's that carnauba wax you're referring to, or how do you say it?
Yeah, I was going to use Carnauba. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. I can never pronounce it either. I think it's Carnauba or beeswax, but like this is literally the proof of concept. And like I told you, what I think in my head would be better is literally using silicon caulk instead of wax. So you have a hemisphere that's being charged like a bowl with a diode, charge it up, and then put some silicon caulk in there. And then the silicon caulk is going to be wanting to charge positively. And then you charge the beads up and they're silicon too. So they're, it's the
Yep.
same type of material as the mold and the aggregate material.
Yep. So
I
there won't
think,
be equilibrium.
yeah, I think doing it like that would actually be better. And like old man Bill said earlier, like epoxy or anything, and it's just a proof of concept. Like I said, even if 100 volts still registers afterwards, persist like in a
Right.
it
I
still
agree.
shows as a proof of concept that the invention in 100 volts, is decent.
Talk about the real quick again the diode and how it goes into the hemisphere.
So you're working on glass beads, so I would stick with positive as
Okay.
aggregate. Whenever you charge the aggregate,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to want to pour the aggregate into a fluid. Like
Yep.
old man Bill said, it could be epoxy, it could be whatever, but you
Right.
want to have that fluid charge through a diode so that really the only charge it can have on the outside of that is a positive charge.
I see. I
Right?
see. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So then all the negative charge is going to want to run to the middle of that hemisphere.
Yep, makes sense.
Or I'm sorry, it's opposite.
Thank you. I'm taking notes. Sorry.
It's opposite.
It's
I'm
good
sorry.
stuff.
Like it's weird if you had an insulation between it, it's different. Let's say you took half of a ping pong ball and you sprayed it to make all the surface conductive. Okay?
Someone's typing near their microphone. Sorry. I can't hear you. I'm
And
sorry, say again?
let's take the situation where you take half of a ping pong ball and you spray it with nickel spray or carbon graphite spray to make it conductive. So the whole surface, the inside and the outside of that hemisphere, is conductive in this case. You're going to want to charge it negative so that the positive comes towards that surface. Because you're going to go for a surface charge on the opposite of that. So it should be a heavier, on the hemisphere, it should be a heavier positive charge because it's going for the negative. And then you add the aggregate. And the aggregate's positively charged already from vibration or however you do it. It's going to want to come to the negative on the outside. And as it cools, the aggregate is going to mix into the binder. You're going to have one little hemisphere of positive charge on the outside. And if you put a magnet,
no negative.
What's that?
And no negative.
I would say negative. I mean, you got to try both, but I would say negative. If it were all conductive on the outside of the ping pong ball, so that's where it's weird. You know what I mean? Or if it were a hemispherical metal object, any conductor that's hemispherical, you know, I would charge it.
Since each molecule has a positive and negative polarity, when you're creating a monopole, are you in effect having all of the, let's say, positive charge on the outside and then all the negative charge in the center?
Yeah, it's a trick of shape because, like I said, there's always going to be reminiscent charge, but it's not going to be. You could still have more of a charge density of the opposite side on the outside versus the inside because the aggregate is more dominantly positive or negative. You know, so it could be almost neutral in the middle if you did it 100% accurate and you use the aggregate and you did this. It could be more of a neutral charge in the middle instead of a negative charge with a positive outside.
Okay, that makes sense.
Perfect. That's perfect, and we're not going for that. It's going to be a little bit negative in the middle. You know?
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, my goal is 1 coulomb of charge, so
that shouldn't be hard, but it's
should or shouldn't.
Well, I think there's a method. Okay, from studying, what I would say is more. It's not more of a friction effect going on with triboelectricity. It's more of a contact separation. Okay.
I see that.
So friction is the minor effect, but the true effect is a contact separation, contact separation, contact.
That was in my presentation.
That's what really gives that high voltage separation, not so much the friction. So what I'm thinking
surprised me.
Yeah, because it's triboelectric, which means friction, but it's more of a contact separation event.
Yeah, yep.
You know,
I feel that.
Faraday research showed this one guy that separated the plates of a capacitor and the voltage rises because of that. So it's like a contact separation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Knowing that, you can do both at the same time. Like a negative aggregate could be sulfur and mix it with the glass beads and shake those into a wooden box. And the wood is in the middle of both, right?
Yeah.
So make like a wooden box, narrow, and you shake both the glass and the sulfur in this box, but you're trying to get a contact separation type of event instead of a friction event here. And you're trying to just shake them both together. and then you open the box and you get like positive or negative charge and separate it. So you get,
Yeah.
A negative charge here, positive charge here. So you get both the aggregates at one time by shaking them, and wood's in the middle. So you can just ground the wood and it carries both, but it charges both at the same time. And then you separate it with an electric field.
I mean, you could see that with when I pull the black rubber wire away, then the glass beads became so charged they would jump out of the bowl. And I thought vibrating them was supercharging them. But when I just pulled that away, it just the glass were just flying. They had so much charge. So that makes sense because I was wondering about that contact separate, and I didn't know it was the maximum charge method.
Yeah, and it raises the question, if wood's in the middle, can you do them separate to contact separate off the wood itself? Because it's in the middle, if you're going for a positive and just shake it in the wood and ground it with the diode, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Other than combining both the glass and the sulfur and shaking them both together and then separating with an electric field. But they're all things that need to be tried. And I think the ancients did it really easy. It shouldn't be that difficult, honestly, in my opinion. I think they had these types of static awareness, and used this into their masonry.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I have a friend who's an archaeologist, Egyptologist, cool guy, and he talks about ancient technology. And yeah, I mean, you could read. I have a world history book I'm reading, and it talks about how there was a town, not a town, but a country of 70 cities, and this was ancient Babylon period. We're talking a long time ago, and each town, 70 towns, had indoor plumbing. And when I did a Google search, the United States didn't have full indoor plumbing until 1960s. So there's these technology gaps that people don't think about. Um, and this was
Yeah, I
thousands and
was
thousands of years ago.
Mohenjo Dejo. I'm saying I don't know.
In the
Mohenjo
inheritance theory,
Dejo or something.
I think we've inherited a lot of these places and pretended like we built them, but we're really like just inheriting ancient structures, and they were built like at a time where there was massive floods and stuff. Because I mean, there's nothing that really presents pole flipping, and there's evidence in the ice structure that it happens. It's a natural thing. And,
Mohenjo Daro.
and if that happens,
Like in this
it could
valley.
cause major tidal waves, right? I mean, it just makes sense to me if the poles flip and your angular momentum of the whole planet changes at that time, that it could slow the Earth's rotation enough to cause some tidal waves and really just change the landscape.
Right, like Randall Carlson has been showing now the evidence that seems like these tsunamis that crossed over the mountains, the coastal mountains, like went into the plains, and then it explains all the modern deserts and why Africa, the Sahara formed, why throughout the U.S. there you've got like the Salt Lakes and the inner deserts through there, as well as Australia and
all these like ancient structures have like a belt around the Earth. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, they've proved that in the pyramid code.
What if that were the equator in the past? And what it's doing is it's showing where the equator used to be. All these structures that are aligned, 33 degrees above used to be.
Yeah, it's 30 degrees off.
You know what I mean? So the equator used to be around 33 degrees off of what it is now. You know what I mean? Because all the ancient structures are on that line. And what if that were the equator at one time? That would say that the equator shifted.
Yeah, it's the old equator. It's absolutely been proven and documented.
So that would have to cause global flooding, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was
They
just one of the past ones. I believe that was like 30 or 60, 70,000 years ago that one happened. And then there was the more recent Younger Dryas catastrophe event, which was a bunch of comets impacting both the ocean as well as the northern ice sheet, the continental glacier, whatever, which caused the massive floodings and rising of the oceans and wiping out. It's the difference between the pre-Noah and after Noah, the Atlantis, after Atlantis. Why did all the megafauna go extinct? Why did humanity go through dark
I would say the
ages?
Sphinx used to be half woman, okay, and they cut the breast off and they added an artificial beard to it. And what it highlighted, the Sphinx was actually Libra and Leo in one astrological symbol. And that goes about 12,600 years ago, where it was facing where Orion's belt would align. So it's a calendar, and it shows that it's half Leo and it's half Virgo. It used to be a woman, and women used to be higher in pharaohs, if you will, and there was some seclusion of women being in the hierarchy, and they artificially cut breasts off and they added beards to old structures to try to hide the feminine superiority of that time.
Interesting.
And
Quick question.
after that, though, there's Cancer. Okay, when the sun comes to the next thing, and that's the crab, the scarab. Okay, and they worship scarabs during that time. Scarab and crab is very similar, right? And they found the cat's evil during that time because they're shifting from the cat to the scarab, and it represented the shift from the Leo and Virgo into the scarab, and then it goes to Taurus, which is the hidden. And they used to jab Taurus for sport, where the Tauri would run at you and you stab them, and it was a Spaniard type of thing where they would slaughter the Taurus to end the age of Taurus after that. And when it went to Pisces, and Pisces is the age of the fish, which we're in, and that's Jesus. Jesus was
Mohenjo-daro. Thank you. That's had all the toilets. Sorry to interrupt there. Or the plumbing. Sorry, the indoor plumbing from 1,000 years ago.
He deserves the right of being the man of God.
Real quick.
He was
Sorry.
a person.
Real quick. The History of the Ancient World by Susan Wise Bauer. People are asking about the indoor plumbing history thing. So I wrote it here in the chat, The History of the Ancient World by Susan Wise Bauer. She talks about the technology and the stuff that they had in ancient times. Sorry about that, Jar.
Can you explain what they had? Was it like Star?
Was that Mohenjo-daro she's talking about, or is that a different one? Because
it's not a book about ancient technology.
All the indoor plumbing.
I think when you start studying the larger scale, you see that there's natural vortices that you can utilize at certain times to get to far out places. So it makes sense. Like we would have to wait a certain period of time for another race to come back because they're going to want to sail it efficiently, and they're going to need to map that out. So just because we don't see them doesn't mean that they can't do it. They're just waiting for the right time to have the structure that's naturally built into wormholes and things that you can utilize on an astrological celestial scale, like truly like almost like wormholes naturally. So you naturally use these instead of artificially trying to produce them. And you get there much faster and more efficient. But you have to map it out.
Interesting.
Speaking of maps, do you mind if I just share a couple for a minute? I've recently discovered 5 proofs of copying knowledge from a past pre-cataclysm source and civilization. and
Is that
that all of the 1500 maps prove it, and that it's not just made up random speculation that they've put onto them, but in fact, well documented sourcing from that could only come previous knowledge. And first is Terra Australis. Okay, Australia hadn't been discovered yet, neither had Antarctica yet. In all the ancient in these old maps, they have them connected as one. So one, if they didn't already know of it, and number two, you see that it's all green coastline, and that means that this was not ice. It was when the ocean was lower and the land extended out. And number two, you have South America much larger, and it comes down, and there's just a very short little tip between the two. Now, number three here, we have this continental river across North America going to the St. Lawrence from the old continental divide with no Great Lakes. Yet you have different towns being named and everything. And we've recently just discovered that the bottom of the Great covered with megalithic stone structures and ruins and carvings. Thus, there was human there building and living prior to those Great Lakes being formed. So each of these maps, they're copying this knowledge before they had gotten in and recartographied all of this, because this is the 1500s.
Wow.
And
Amazing.
look at the Amazon, where they have all the rivers documented.
Hey, Bernie, can
We're
you give me
told
just a minute?
that these
it looks like
areas were
they do that.
uninhabited, and
Hey,
they
guys.
have this.
It looks like they have to come up from Australia in order to map out South America like that, right?
Hey, guys, give me just a minute. Shawn has to take off.
All right.
But so,
See you
Thank
later, Shawn. Thank you very much
okay,
for
sorry.
presenting.
Love you guys. See you in
Thank
the
you,
next
Shawn, for what you're
one.
doing.
Thank you so much, Shawn.
Take care, guys.
Sorry
Alright.
for going off topic
No,
there
no,
so
good
much.
stuff. No, good
Amazing work,
stuff.
Shawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to interrupt. Shawn only has so long you can stay on. So
Yeah, Shawn's
go ahead, Bernie. Go ahead and talk about the rest of the map.
Yeah, sorry for taking it so. Okay,
like
so
the
here we
American.
see a
It looks like what you're saying with South America, because South
me
America,
sharing there.
That's going up.
you know what I'm saying? Like it looked like South America.
So here we have an Arabic map showing the exact same thing. That there's so this is Australia sort of thing up here, and it would be it's the same area at the tip there, also showing just a small channel, and you have these two big inlets into the heart of the Amazon, and you have these extra mass islands that could have been part of Lemuria, or all have the four northern islands around the North Pole. They have Greenland, they have Iceland, but they also have additional. There's a Scotland Islands, there's a Friesland, and another one. I can't quite read, but it's in all of the different maps, whether it is Northern European, Southern European, or Islamic. And they also all have these old African river systems through the Sahara
Hmm.
You think it all
including the
younger guys?
second what was going on, and we've since proven through satellite imagery that these river locations are the dried out river. This up here again, you see the old rivers of the Nile going into the Sahara as lands, and Africa full of lakes and rivers. And again, we have no Great Lakes, but this river coming from the also have these rivers going up the heart of the middle of Brazil, or the jungle, and this extra landmass, and Terra Australis connect with the channel through that they make it through there. And on the other side, also Terra Australis, and that they're just sailing through, discovering Indonesia, discovering Jakarta Islands, and that through here they're mapping it accurately. And then you'll see as it progresses that this area shrinks, and eventually they have half of Australia here with this other extended land still sharing between all the old monarchs, or all of the European monarchs, the colonial powers, as they're exploring and reconquering or conquering everything, right, wiping out the old history of the lands. And again, right, so how do they have the complete African coast, the Mediterranean, all mapped out perfectly, yet they still don't know because they haven't been able to travel into the heart of Africa, into the Sahara, go in, and you can see that uh, lots of this area, it's changed substantially today, gone. And here, Mexicana, America of Mexicana. So Mexico, Shalaga is a city that also appears in all of these old maps, but it's on this old river system with no Great Lakes. And it's in the spot where Chicago is today and the Great Lakes are today. Here we see it being updated that this is French return the information that no longer have this river here. And how Peru is already called Peru, Chile is already called Chile, yet those countries have not been established for a couple hundred years to come. Also, this ocean of Peru. And you have the Solomon Islands, and now you have these new cities on around all of Australia. So it's still connected to Terra, yet to sail through and around uh, South America, but they're still mapping all of these other places, these cities and whatnot, on that were from a previous time. Again, now, you can city and And then we have another Arabic map. Again, showing the old
I think you're lagging.
Oh, he's lagging hard.
Terra
Bro,
Australia and Antarctica. It was copied from a pre-cataclysm civilization. And you can check the names of these maps and verify what I am saying. Again, as they're exploring and rewriting. Again, old map of Africa with the old river systems in there, as well as, again, North America. Sorry, it's prior pre-cataclysm times. And it's on all of the different maps from the different monarchs of these times. And again, unexplored, that it was uncivilized, yet all these great cities we are finding the ruins of and finding through satellite threads of the pre-cataclysm civilizations. Japan also a much larger area pre-cataclysm. You'll see it depicted like this in the older maps until they go there and have a connected trade and remapped it and the ancient maps, and it's just over and over again. The progression here, you can see that they're starting to actually going to plot them out after colonization. You can also see that they've sailed down to the southern tip, so they're starting to erase this because they know it's no longer there. And that continues on to a more recent map that hopefully pops up. Yeah, so here you can see they've completed and is no longer there. And where's the Australia one? Because it's truly not this one. But again, you see the old style. They had this whatever that island.
Wow, it got them all together now.
To me, old man, it looked like Australia was so big
So
because
here,
it's tilted, kind
so
of.
here we go. Here's Australia, and you can see that they've got the coast. They've finally got some of the cities on it, but they have. Sorry, I will get to the other map that shows it better.
If I can say, what interests me the most is usually you got the explanation of the Bering Strait connecting like China and Russia kind of area into the North America and Canada section. But it looks like with those maps that Australia was another kind of land inwards, and it could have developed into South America before North America. Is what it looks like. The progression looks like it progressed and then went to North America in those maps.
Here we go. All right, I found her. Here we go. This is the smoking gun evidence with I'm freezing. With them finding and settling Australia here. They've gone around a third of it, but they haven't gone all
Oh
the
man.
way.
I
So
can't.
they still
Bro, you're
have
lagging, man.
the remnants of this extra landmass that was so gone around
Those
oops,
Canadians.
that's after.
Canada, Canada must be lagging, man.
Sorry, I don't know
Hey,
if I'm freezing. If you can hear
you don't have two separate cameras, do you? One on the Humongous or whatever?
Yeah, sorry if that was cutting out. I don't know how much you guys heard of that. So my
Yeah,
apologies.
We heard it in super slow motion, Bernie.
but I do find it
But now
interesting.
am I
You're better now, but not all the way.
how about now? Can you hear me better?
We can hear
Weird.
you.
Yeah,
I
we could
don't
hear
know
you.
why this happens.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
now you can hear me?
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
this
you're
is
good.
better. So
yeah.
now you can see I can properly explain this. They've removed this, the rest of Antarctica and Terra Australis because they've both gone around the tip of South America and know that the two part of they've mapped 2/3 of Australia. See, I'm getting it's cutting out. They don't have the old Terra Australis land here because
It looks
fully
like
that they're like, oh, Terra
Australia.
Australis was real, so they don't know the extent of it, and
Yeah,
it
Australia used to be.
makes sense as they explore. They're
Wow, it got worse again.
removing things, and you stop seeing
See,
as many. This
the wave pattern is what I'm saying
is
with
yellow.
Kessler didn't exist. If it were an ellipse, it'd be a wave like that.
It's desert now, South America, and that you can start see like it's being attached or attacked. They don't want this coming out. All right. Well, crucial information. Great Lakes are starting to be remapped and found and put into it, as well as they've removed the old Terra Australis because they know it is no longer there. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe that's the end of that. Sorry to take it way off topic.
It looked like they developed more in South America before North America. This was really like kind of like I don't get off those maps because, like you said before,
so that's the thing. That those are old maps and that they weren't able to penetrate into the jungle to see
right.
that that's no longer there. So they
What I'm saying though is it looked like they charted more of South America
just
before the Great Lakes in the North American region. They didn't even have the Great Lakes, but they had all of South America charted. Is what I'm saying. It just stands out as obvious that that's a if they say that they went through the link between Russia and China over the Barrier Strait and then into Canada and then to North America, it looks like they actually had all of South America charted out before they had North America charted out, even to the Great Lake area. Is what I'm trying.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So they knew about South America before North America, in my opinion. They had to have.
Oh, it's that they knew about all of it, that it was all on the
So
old
what happened
maps, and they
there?
were
Like
just copying from pre-cataclysm knowledge.
they knew
It's
more about South
pre-cataclysm source.
America. I don't know. That just seems interesting to me. I don't know. The Bering Strait idea doesn't lead to the conclusion of conventional way of thinking because they would have to go through Canada and into the North America region with the Indians, and then Mexico was a mix between Spaniards and the British. So that explains the Mexican region, but the South American territory was already charted out, starting from Australia up into South
Yes,
America.
and so some of those maps were French, some were English, some were Latin, some were Arabic, and it's that they all had this information, yet they were at war with each other and they were sharing their updates with each other.
But
Shows a hidden source.
Yeah, but they called America the New World, so
yeah,
I mean,
South
they
America
didn't
was,
know anything about it.
but South
It's
America
called Mexico
was
already. They already called
like,
it Mexico.
like
Called
South
Mexico.
America is the new world, but it was hush hush. And then North America is like, hey, we found a new world, but they knew about South America before the North America. It looks.
Well,
Hey,
how
Bernie,
do
what were the
maps from
dates on
500
those
years
maps?
ago have Chicago on them? They were all from the
That's
1500s,
what I
and
got
then
when I
like
was
the
looking
later
at
ones that were updated were like the 1600s, and some I think that maybe closer to 17. But yeah, so it's like as they colonized and conquered and sent everything back.
it. It looked like they knew about South America. Like me and old man are like, dude, like look at the development.
They knew about all of it. They knew about everything.
So that's a big secret. Like imagine if they knew about South
So
America.
here's one more
The
map
map
that
says like
seals
look
the deal. This one seals the deal. Just to finish this presentation
You got another map?
off.
Oh, what's going on here?
Yep. And here, this is Terra Australis. And so this is like, I believe and it's all land. So this is from the time when the oceans were lower. But now we've found through the ice sheet satellite so this is obviously larger than it is now, and this is larger than it is now, but that there is, with the oceans higher now, this inland sea that separates the two pieces of the continent of Antarctica, and that this here is showing that same crucial separation portion of the two, and that they were able to essentially accurately depict this geographic or topographical information of it that we only discovered in the 60s, and that it was always called the land of Australia, and that it used to be literally one continent, and that they also all had the 4 surrounding islands of the North Pole prior.
that looks like
So maybe they got wiped out in the cataclysm.
like Atlantis looks like the North Pole there, doesn't it? Like the concentric circle description of Atlantis. It
Yeah.
looks like
Good call.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was.
It looks
And
like
that it
Atlantis.
was much warmer. And again, you have the tip of South America extending to this landmass that was the two continents combined of Antarctica.
Yeah, I think
and Africa with the lakes and
I think we
rivers.
lost a lot on the shift, man. Like a lot of history has just been, especially just the simple connection of South America before North America is like, to me, evident that we're hiding history. And then Tartaria.
Well, they had both of them.
Yeah, Tartaria, dude. Was Tartaria like the land of China and Russia kind of region? Tarta? Do you know?
Absolutely, and Siberia,
Siberia?
and
Yeah. It is huge. They had
so
a
Tartaria extended from the Black Sea, Crimea, and up through all of Siberia and into
that's like
China. And
time.
this was
Yeah, it's
this
huge.
was smaller Tartaria after it shrunk.
Wow.
But it's like the Bering Strait, it could have easily gone over to here. This could have been old part of Tartaria, essentially.
How is
The
there so much
Russians used to
talk
own it
about
as well.
Tartaria? What did they do that was so bad to where there's no like record of their history? Do you know what they had to have fucked up? Like, what do they
Yeah,
do?
completely wiped out. We were taught that this area was uncivilized, that there was nothing there. There was nobody there. We had
Yeah,
undiscovered, no interactions.
it's
Yet
history,
all
man.
the maps showing these five
But they had to have
fire
done something messed up to, you know.
fucking cities and civilizations that are
I just wonder like how bad they messed up to be wiped out of history, where all the other countries like, yo, Tarta.
Belgian.
Yeah, I don't know. They must have done something pretty bad or something.
Barg,
I don't know how they were just wiped out of history because they were huge.
or just we have absolute evil. Well, maybe they were just our original civilization and knowledge, and that's what they genocided first before then wiping out
I don't know, man.
all
It
the
looks
others. That's
like
what happened.
up to Sumeria, right? Unless they're covering Tardia up, and it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you think that's the most ancient? Could be.
Is there a
I
date on
I
these
don't
maps?
know.
I just thought Sumeria was like what we would say is the most ancient.
So uh Google each of the names of them and you will get them. Just some of them the pixelation isn't good enough, and some of them they're just the screen capture of the map doesn't have it on it. But hundreds, the oldest ones having all of that pre-cataclysm knowledge, and then the newer they are, that you see it being replaced with such things as these Great Lakes being now mapped and put in there accurately. You'll see all the details in South America disappear as they make it all the way around and establish colonies. That there were megalithic builders building there prior, so that must have been where these original map informations came from, and who occupied the original Shalaga city.
Okay, can you go over by Italy
Again,
and look for a creek?
start
There was a volcano over there that
develop.
exploded an island, so it's always interesting to see if they put it on there or not.
Yeah, that is true. There was a rumor that that's what caused the exodus of Moses.
Yeah, so on each map it should be pretty clear. You know what I mean? It's an identifiable marker in
Yeah,
history.
yeah, that would be an interesting region.
Sadly, the picture's not that good on these. We'll have to do a full depth research episode into this because and grab the higher resolution maps with the actual dating and stuff for it because it is very well worth researching and figuring out more, as our official history was clearly a lie, and they knew so much more.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see when you could go back in history and identify certain spots where you know that a volcano erupted or that they had an earthquake that destroyed something. And then you can identify with the maps exactly what time in history you're looking at, if it was pre that or post that. If the guy was just a bad map
Exactly.
maker, yeah, it would help. We can identify everything and then see what got destroyed in the Great
Well, and
Flood.
you're sending ships with all of your resources and these people's lives on the line for like the king and queen. You're not gonna intentionally put false information on it. You're not gonna randomly make things up. You're not gonna put towns and cities where they don't exist if you don't know that they actually don't exist there, because the people relying and using on these maps are their lives are on the line, you know, like, and then the king and queen's gonna freaking murder you for like wasting the lives and resources of everyone that died on your fake information, right? Like,
I'm interested in the whole Australia
just
aspect.
doesn't make sense.
It just seems like they expanded there quicker on the south side than they did the north, and it's usually said that they expanded faster in the north side than the south. Doesn't it seem like that?
It also depends on whether they were royally assigned to make the map or if they were doing it individually, hiding a trade route. So it's important to know which side they're on. If they're paid by the royal crown, then you should have a pretty accurate map because of the reason you said. If it's an individual going for a trade route and they don't want anybody else to know, they're going to put Hippie Town on there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And they'll run that guy, off to nowhere.
It seems like a logical trade route of Tartaria. If Tartaria existed, it would seem like they would go down into the Australias and then expand up to South America. You know,
Yeah, well, the most interesting one was the one into Egypt where you had the rivers that went through what's now a barren desert. So where are those rivers at now? Can you dig down and would they be under the surface now and still running, through the planet? That'd be interesting.
yes.
And then can you match that up to somebody who knew of Atlantis or anything like that in the culture? You know what I mean? That would be a really interesting concept to find out. Then you can verify the map's age.
Yeah. Do you think it was the younger Dryas, Bernie, that shifted it?
So I'm saying that it had like the loss of land, the amount of the loss of land and the features that are depicted all seem like they are from the pre-Younger Dryas events, right? Like the Sahara, they're saying at least 8,000 years something, but like the fact that Australia and Antarctica are connected, like the ocean has to be very low for that, and also that the Great Lakes hadn't been formed yet. They try to claim that that's pre-Younger Dryas, and that someone was mapping the world in that civilization of the pre-Younger Dryas that made the megaliths that are under the Great Lakes currently, right? And that this was a much bigger
pre-Younger Dryas,
like all of them. Yeah, it's pre-Younger Dryas, exactly. Source.
Yeah.
Okay, so then hold on. The Bimini Road, check that out. If there's an ancient civilization that was underwater, that you can prove that there's relics underwater.
Yeah, a lot of
show
them
up as
actually. That's a good point. And yes, a lot of them seem a lot that the islands in the Caribbean seem a little bit bigger in the very first ones, but that's also one of the very first areas they got to and remapped. So they were changed right away. And so this one last map that here that you can see that they have the full Australia, or 2/3 of the actual accurate Australia, and then this whole area maybe sailed around. They haven't cartographed properly yet. They still have it connecting to I forget what island that is. Anyways, completely different area, and they still have the land kind of way bigger because they're like, Terra Australis is obviously real, but it's not connected to Antarctica. So they've shrunk Antarctica down. But look at this. Here is the
You know what that land looks like?
Antarctica, the two
You said you didn't know
land
it.
masses with the inland sea are.
Do you know what that land looks like? What
This
you said you don't know? I think
is
it's
how it is
Lemuria.
today under the ice. There is this. So how the hell did they have that information? So they must have had two maps, one that had with the low ocean and one with the high ocean. But you have this inland sea and the two pieces of Antarctica separated with an accurate depiction of how the water goes. And going around haven't done or cartographed all of it. And that progression right there, I think, is a smoking gun, as well as yeah, mind-blowing stuff of how the heck could they know these things unless they had the sources from before.
I wonder, have you heard about the ancient structures that are on a line that resembles like maybe an ancient equator? That seems like maybe if the Earth were tilted about 35 degrees.
So I think those are showing must be from the Younger Dryas, could have been prior pole shift because they're showing in that Terra Australis that it's all green vegetative land along it and not like an ice that was extended up. So was Antarctica not under as a pole at that point?
Yeah. So I think it shifted off the axis. The axis used to be 33 degrees or so tilted, and like you can see a belt of structures. You know, because it used to be important for the equator. Now it makes no sense it being on an incline. You know, these ancient structures, you can literally make a line across the Earth, and it's giving you what used to be the equator.
Do you think that's because of a pole shift?
Yeah.
So they
or
experience a
maybe
pole
if it got
shift
hit
every.
by a bunch of comets, could have knocked it off axis too, actually. But more likely a pole shift.
Well, how do you know, like, it just makes sense to me that ancient structures would have oriented it around the equator. And if there were a pole shift, it would be shifted. And it just seems to be a belt.
I think that's been proven without a doubt.
You know, so that would cause humongous floods. It would cause havoc, you know. So I understand that this information probably shouldn't be, you know, said to be happening soon. I think it's going to happen far out because there's not.
It's like, is it every 12,000 or is it every?
It seemed like the last one was about 12,600 years.
Well, the last one was 12,000. The question is, are we at just one half of the cycle, or is it are we at a full cycle? And hopefully we're just going up and entering into the golden age, and we have a full half cycle of golden age left, cataclysm and fall, and that it's up to humanity whether we're going to destroy ourselves and create our own cataclysm before entering a golden age, or if we can elevate and evolve without destroying ourselves this time. And then we have 12,000.
The Indians called it the Kali Yuga. You know what I mean? It's not a dark age that's coming up. I believe it's a golden age.
Yeah, we just left the iron, then we're in copper, then we're going to silver, then we go to gold. And it's like the gold's the longest, silver's the second longest, copper the third, iron the shortest, the dark the very shortest.
Yes.
So there's
great
potential
year, man.
there.
We're going into golden time. We're not going into dark ages. We're going into enlightenment, in my opinion.
Yeah, if they
Oh,
keep using HARP, we're going to go into a pole shift. They keep
Yeah, or
screwing things up.
exactly, right? So it's like it's up to
Yeah.
us to
HARP or the Large Hadron Collider.
Oh,
Like,
dude,
they're
they're
literally
creating
like,
magnetic fields everywhere. They're
field, just like, shoo, we're
they're
absolute
creating effing
disaster.
portals to different dimensions in that thing. I swear to God, it's like
They're so
it's the only
dumb.
thing possible.
They're so dumb. People are like, let's make a black hole and see what happens. Yeah, let's do it.
People are morons.
Even if there is a slight chance that it
Evil and a combination of
could,
both.
like, okay, let's just do it. And then
Yeah, they should fire them all.
why did you do that? Like you could have like literally ripped a hole in space time and you did it anyways, you assholes. You're just admitting that you're trying to like disclose physics that is ripping time in space.
Well, and
You know what I
the Mandela effect kind of started happening right when they started effing around with that thing. So maybe they did rip a hole in space time for all we
Okay.
know. And
Let me say this: when they did that Large Hadron Collider, it lifted off the surface of the planet. Okay, first of all,
its
when they're
antipole is also Nepal,
accelerating
where
particles.
there was a
so
massive
fast
earthquake when
that
they rained it up.
Okay, so you don't think that's going to interfere with the planet's magnetic field or any dynamics of the planet? You know, like, and with HARP, like Nathan is saying, is absolutely true. Like, we're fucking around with things that we should not be fucking around with. We're literally, if you're spinning those particles at that speed that causes the whole thing to lift off the surface of the planet, you're messing with things that should not be messed with. Because you're making a North Pole in that Switzerland.
And they're having results they're not publicizing, and their intent of it is not what they say it is, and they're doing, yeah, it needs to be shut down.
To do that, and then people are like, okay, well, you're saying it's possible that you can rip a space-time hole, and like you're still doing it, and like not letting us know. You know, so they're carrying out these experiments that could literally flip the magnetic pole, like because in Switzerland, right there, where they're doing
And
this,
didn't apparently the core of the Earth stop spinning or something like that recently? Like, what the F is that? And like, is that from us doing this sort of stuff? Like, they need to stop. They're going to like F around and find out. Yeah, no thanks. Let's not do that. Yeah, let's. I like being
all that. Like that's dangerous. It's seriously dangerous. It's going into territory that
Didn't the Hopi Indians tell us not to do this stupid stuff?
Yeah,
That we would destroy ourselves? Isn't that the prophecy?
And then they have Shiva the Destroyer freaking as the
like, don't do this.
Great.
We do this, and we're doing that.
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking flip the planet because you're like making a magnetic field that's not supposed to be there in Switzerland. That's gonna really like magnetically kind of be.
So yeah, now there's 4 magnetic poles apparently. Did they create that? Did they do that? That's
and
interesting.
HARP is so true. Like that's where you get earthquakes and stuff is with the HARP, you know. But like
yeah,
the Large Hadron Collider is where you can literally make magnetic fields that compete with the overall magnetic field of the Earth to like giving it a tilt. And that's where you don't want to mess with.
Oh, that's so insanely scary and stupid. And that I've also heard some evidence that they actually try to run it during solar flares to try to get energy off the incoming ionic storm. And that, like what you're saying, it'd be like the worst possible time to F around with that because that could literally drop our magnetic poles and shields right as we're being impacted. Wow. We need to stop freaking CERN. That's insane.
Yeah, like, CERN is concerning. CERN is definitely concerning, bro.
Yeah, CERN concerns me. That's been my saying from the beginning. CERN concerns me. It needs to be CERN down.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Since they put out that big telescope out there, right? They had to rewrite physics. So what's going on is we're having a bunch of people that don't understand anything about physics as much as they thought they did, and they're the ones running these experiments. And that's who we're believing in. Those are the morons going before Congress to get the money, and we're allowing it. So it literally is that tradition, man. So we're literally going to screw ourselves because we let the most incompetent of us do this because they got a math problem right. I mean, that's so ignorant.
Yeah.
These people don't know anything. They literally put out all these papers and then the next month get contradicted and pull them back.
The pyramids were made by copper chisels. Like they literally believe slaves and copper chisels, and people without freaking mathematics and engineering somehow made the pyramids. Like
Hey, buddy, I got a screwdriver. Can I do it? Can I make the pyramid?
They tell us to our face. Right? They're not hiding it. They're like, hey, we're trying to make a black hole in CERN, okay? And people are like, okay, make a black hole. What is it gonna?
Well, they should give me the millions of dollars. I'll show them a black hole.
You know what I mean? They're like literally saying we're gonna rip space time in this area, and we're just letting them do it. What do you think's gonna happen? You know what I mean?
You need to shut it down.
They're telling us.
Trump, shut it down. Shut it down, Trump. No, shut it down.
I agree.
Well, it's ironic in history, right, that we have somebody who's defunding all of these programs, and
is it really worth
it's up to us to decide whether we want it that way or not. We have the defender in chief in there right now who's wiping out all their budget. So is he going to do it or not? Because if he wipes out their budget, we might survive.
It's not worth it, dude. It's not worth it. They're doing stupid experiments, you know? That like all we gotta do is really just like try to, I call them gem equations, gravito-electromagnetic. Like I see us traveling in space. We got to take advantage of certain time things because there's natural vortices and stuff that we can travel. But we can travel, and at the right time, if we time it right, we can travel wherever we want to go. And especially the smaller drone you make, you can go further out and faster. But if you were wanting to literally go to the next Mars planet, it would only take 30 days. It wouldn't take very long. And like they're trying to pretend like it's so hard to get to Mars, but it's very easy. If you actually study gravito-electromagnetism or celestial electrodynamics or plasma cosmology, any of these fields, you know that gravity is 30, it's to the power of 30 times weaker. Like electromagnetism is the dominant force. Gravity is just so weak. Why would you even try to go off gravity-based equations instead of electromagnetic equations?
And they don't even have gravity right.
Yeah.
Dude, their physics-based is magnetism. I'm sorry, I hate to disagree with you. I don't believe at all that that's the dominant force because it doesn't show up as the dominant force.
I said it's not. It's negative 30 to the power of negative 30 times less than electromagnetic.
Oh, so much less. Okay, I agree with that.
You get me? It's so minute. It's a very weak force compared to electromagnetism.
It's the weak force.
We just disagreed again. I just said electromagnetism is not the force. You just said it was. Gravity is a weak force. I agree with you there. But electromagnetism, if it was such a heavy force, we'd go out in space and get everything sucked back in because it'd be too much magnetism. I could throw magnets in the air and they'd fly, but they don't. So it's not a strong force at all. True. It's a weak force. It has no value unless we create it on the Earth right now. So
it's kind of
it doesn't mean that you can't create something that makes a gravitic force to repulse, but you have to field flip it because we're in a field that's not quite magnetism. That's the problem. It's not quite magnetism, but it can be flipped to magnetism, but we're not in magnetism.
It's a large scale volume, okay? Like we actually on the equator, like a mountain travels 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, okay? And then as it's traveling around the star, it's even faster. And the larger you make this volume, the speeds are different. And a galaxy has the same dynamics as an atom. Whenever you take a galaxy and you go with the speed, it's a ripple that gives you the speed around the galaxy. Because the stars ripple is why they resemble atoms. But they ripple and they spin. So it gives, an orbit, a ripple, and a spin that gives it the total angular momentum. When you total that angular momentum, you can explain the missing angular momentum of the sun, because the sun is literally orbiting in a poloidal orbit as it goes around the galactic nucleus. It's going this way, but it's poloidally orbiting too.
Yeah, but hold on. With all this rotation, it should expand the magnetic field, but it's not. That's the problem.
The magnetic
no matter how fast you're going, it's not getting there. There's not enough of it. There's
Yeah,
not
there
enough. No,
Dude.
there's not enough. It would show up where we are on the surface of this planet.
Dude,
There's not enough magnetism there.
Yeah, there is. There's plenty. That's what I'm saying. It's a frame of reference. Like if you were an ant and I try to step on you, it would look like my foot's coming like this. Ooh, boom. Because the frame of reference of me being so small compared to you stepping on me makes time dilated, because I would see your foot coming down maybe 15 seconds to hit me or whatever. If I'm a really small ant, the smaller the time is dependent upon the volume of the reference frame you're taking. So for a whole galaxy, if you allow a ripple of stars to go around, just like with atoms, where they can ripple around, then you get the same dynamics. It's as above, so below. A galaxy.
Okay, you're still not. I understand the spin and everything. There's just not enough magnetism.
Yeah, because every star is a plasma, and it's orbiting.
You're not understanding. There's not enough of it to call it magnetism.
Get me.
It's just not
Every
a heavy
star-
enough field.
Every star is a plasma orbiting.
It's not affecting us like it should on the surface of the planet or in space. There's not enough of it.
Dude, I'm just telling you, I got sub 1%. I'm not trying to be, but I totally get this. As the star goes around the nuclear galaxy of it's a plasma, and it's traveling and it's producing a magnetic field that increases the nuclear magnetic field. As every single star in the toroids, like a whole spiral of stars going around, the magnetic field increases as it's going around, because every star is a plasma making a circle, and it increases the whole magnetic field.
Okay, I think you're missing my point. I'm not disagreeing that there's a field out there that does all that. I'm telling you it's not magnetism. It may be a form of magnetism when it started, but the field out there right now is not magnetism. Because you could throw a magnet out there, it does nothing. It does nothing. You could throw it off a building, it does nothing. Without compression and heat, it doesn't flip the field. It refuses to flip the field because we're not in magnetism. See, we were formed through magnetism. That's one of the primary contributors, but it's not a magnetic field.
I agree with you, old man. Magnetism is really the effect.
We're in like a radiation field. There's no question. The rays that come down from the sun, that hit our planet, that push down on us, cause radiation. Okay? Our bodies continue to feel it, and it causes problems with us personally. It's that field that pushes against it. The only thing that's come up in a lab that shows anything close would be a radiant field, okay, which is the weaker form of radiation. And the more you compress that, the more it builds out and pushes out. And it has a magnetic component to it. It also has a static component to it. But either field is not strong enough to take over. So it's simply just a radiant field. There's not a strong magnetic field left. It's a very weak one. Okay, that's how we get gravity. If magnetism was gravity, then we would have had physics solved a long time ago. It would have been done in the 1900s. Okay, as soon as they wrote Faraday's equations, it would have been over. But it's not.
Great, though. You know what I mean? I'm on your side. I agreed with you before you said that. Like, what? Okay.
I mean, look, you don't have to call it radiant. You call it whatever you want. It's just not magnetism, and it's not static. It's a little bit of both in the beginning, but it
Yeah.
produces a third field that's we as scientists they haven't identified yet, and they haven't learned the simple fact that they don't understand amps and voltage. They don't understand how heat plays the temperature differential in it. They have no idea how time dilation works in that field. They don't know how that you have to ionize it. They don't really understand any part of it, but everything is present in the earth itself to create it right now. Call it what you will, okay? I'm not trying to name everything. I'm just going based on what Tesla said it was. And he said very specific, there's a static, and because he knew that the amps are real low and the voltage are real high, so he called that static. He knew that the field that he produced it with was magnetic, but then he started saying radiant every time. So he was identifying that field for us because it acts like a scalar field. We sit in a planet, okay, that produces light, but there's no light between us and anything else until something picks it up again. And the only thing that works like that is scalar. When you have something that turns on in one place, goes silent, and then turns on again, that's scalar. That's radiant. That's what he was trying to tell us.
If you don't mind me explaining one thing the way I see it.
Go for it. I'll shut up.
Picture the sun and a planet orbiting around the sun. There's something called the Lorentz force, where if there's an orbit, there's a centrifugal or centripetal force.
Mm-hmm.
I can calculate the precession of Mercury around the sun. Okay, that's an advance in its precession. I can also calculate the regressive nodal precession of Venus, which has never been done. Venus has a retrograde spin. It's spinning opposite to all the planets in the solar system. Because it's spinning in the opposite direction, I can accurately calculate the regression of its nodal cycle, which has never been done. So there is an orbit, a poloidal, and a spin, and it's those three combined with helicity that gives you force equations. So it's a Lorentz force on a solar system based thing. It's a Lorentz force, just like with Faraday's disc. If you spin Faraday's disc in a magnetic field, the electrons want to go into the middle of the disc because it's spinning in a magnetic field. That same Lorentz force is giving you the centripetal force of planets. But because Venus is spinning retrograde, it gives it an offset that I can calculate that is different from Mercury, which is general relativity proves the precession of that, and I prove it too. But I also prove it with Venus spinning the opposite direction in its nodal precession, which is a retrograde. And I can calculate that, so it really is, it's an orbit, it's a ripple, and it's a spin.
Okay, but you're still compressing the static and magnetic field. You're compressing them to the center with rotation.
I could.
But hold on. But then it's forcing a secondary field to form outside of it.
You can orient the electromagnetic field however you want.
You're not understanding. You're building the compression to it. That compression causes it to change the field. It doesn't come out as magnetic. It doesn't come out as electric, but both things are present, and you can find both things in the earth. But they're not the primary force that comes back out of it.
I can literally calculate the charge of the earth and its spin and give you the magnetic field strength.
You keep telling me about the spin and that, but you're not understanding what I'm telling you.
The earth.
I understand the spin. I understand the compression. I understand all of it. I understand you can calculate it. It's just not a magnetic value when you're done. It's not. It's almost unpresent.
No, it is a magnet. It's literally like a gravity.
In the center of the earth, there is absolutely. In the center of the sun, everything compresses in. That's what I keep trying to tell you. As soon as you compress it in, it comes out a different field.
You're right. I mean, what you're saying, I agree, because like a lot of people naively think that the Earth's magnetic field is only as strong as a refrigerator magnet, right? They say, but they don't realize the radius of the Earth. If you were to literally put that refrigerator magnet into the center of the Earth, you would get nothing. The Earth's magnetic field is huge if you extrapolate it down to the middle. Okay, because we're living on the outside surface of the planet.
That's what I'm trying to say. We're living in the weak force of a magnetic field. So magnets in rotation, we'd be in the weak force of it. That's what I keep trying to say.
I agree. That's what
That's why I keep saying there's not enough value there at the end. It's like when you spin a magnet, 8,000 RPM, you're going to get a field, but only at the first 3/4 of an inch is going to be the strongest. Once you get to like 6 inches, it's going to be non-existent.
I'm not saying spin a magnet. I'm saying spin an electric, because when you spin an electric, you get a magnetic field.
I agree with that. Yeah.
You get me?
No, I think we're close to the same page. It's just I have troubles with it when everybody says magnetism, and I can go outside and there's no magnetism. It's just non-existent. Now, hold on. If I compress a magnet, hold on. If I compress a magnet, two norths together, and force it to stay together, right? It'll create heat. That heat in the field that we're in will slow that magnet when it's thrown off a building. It's absolutely a fact. Why? Because you're taking the locality of the field around it and you're changing it, and you're causing it to flip that locality of that field right there. It'll flip it right there. But
in my opinion,
you can also use that as propulsion.
Yeah. In my opinion, all magnetism is just an effect of charge and motion. So it's not the beginning of it's a derivative of charge and motion. You know what I mean? So it's an effect. Magnetism, every time there's magnetism, it's an effect of charge and motion. Period.
It's an effect of the electric field.
Or
well, you would go against Steinmetz in what he says, because I never believed that the second field of Steinmetz was magnetic.
Steinmetz agree with that. Like with an alpha particle, it's basically a helium nucleus that has no two electrons, so it's positive.
Well, hold on, yeah, but you can't say he agreed with that when he wrote it. He said he said magnetic, and then he said dielectric. I don't think that it's magnetic. I think it's dielectric's right, but I don't think it's magnetic is. I think it's a different word. Okay. Magnetics is caused by both fields interacting. You get magnetism on a low level or a high level. So it can't be the primary field.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's all like the root of everything is dielectric. It's really, if you measure energy in terms of atomic energy, it's literally the electron volt. That's how you measure energy with atomic systems. The electron volt is just the charge potential. It's the product of its charge and the voltage. Energy is literally product of charge and voltage. That's it. That's all energy is. But power, like a mousetrap, you can have less power in compared to the power out, because the power out can be at a faster rate. That's how you get over unit.
So check it out. As soon as you compress electricity, it creates the magnetic field because it creates heat. Well, it literally adds heat to it, and compression makes the magnetic field.
I disagree. Sometimes, like the Curie temperature will destroy a magnetic field. It's not related to heat. The magnetic field is related to the charge's motion, either its spin or its orbit, right? Those give rise to two magnetic fields that are longitudinal with the sun's orbit. So you literally have the spin of the Earth that's giving magnetism. And then you have this orbit that produces a magnetism 90 degrees to it because its orbit is 90 degrees to its spin. So the spin really gives it the magnetism. The orbit gives it this magnetism that's perpendicular to it as it's going around. And then this way gives it another. So it's like you said, it's like a I forgot the word, but basically an eddy current where you have one current and another current, and like there's a helical structure where you get chirality and stuff. Okay, so as a planet or an electron goes around the nucleus, it's also spinning on a poloidal axis and on its actual true spin axis. And when you calculate the angular momentum of those things, you can get the force. It's a natural product.
Okay, hold on. Let's suppose that we take the word magnetism out, because magnetism implies that you have this gigantic magnetism field, right? So let's take that down to a lower level so that it's a weak force at first, then it builds into a higher force, right? And I say that because the rotation of a magnet itself, it's not doing, a lot yet. It's not until it comes into contact with something that is like the copper field or something like that, then it starts to do real work. Then it starts to become a big magnetic value, right?
It has to be 90 degrees.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So there's a different force there besides magnetism. That word's wrong in the way it's written in Steinmetz. It's just, I don't.
Yeah,
there's a weak force. There's a weak force, and it builds a strong force. And
there's literally a force that acts over distance instead of squared. It's a voltage per meter, just like our atmosphere and the Earth is 100 volts per meter. It's not 100 volts per meter squared. Okay, if it were 100 volts per meter squared, it would be the force of the electric field.
See, right? I think that other field is the radiant field, and it has to do when you start compressing the Tesla coil field in the center beyond the Tesla coil. If I take that rod down the center and move it, and I compress it some more, the Geiger counter goes off. It starts creating radiation. That's the problem.
It does.
If it's alpha or beta,
I don't know. I just know that the damn thing kept going like this. So what I'm saying though is, I call it a radiant field because it's a weaker form of radiation. If you compress the living daylights out of it like our planet does, you're going to get a field that just forces itself out. It has to. It can't stay in that compressed level. So for as much as you compress it, it pushes back out. So that's what I'm experiencing.
Yeah.
And all electrets and all magnetism have that same field. They're forcing that field out depending on the level that you've compressed them inside of what you're creating. So if you create a magnet, you're compressing the daylights out of it so that it pushes the field out, right? Well, an electret, you're basically doing the same. You're forcing all the electricity to go in the same manner. So you're compressing it in order to get a bigger field out.
Yeah.
I just think we're missing that whole thing. It's compressed like crazy.
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a 1 over R product instead of 1 over R squared. And magnetism on the equator is actually a 1 over R3 kind of force. It's hard to explain, but when it comes to electrical forces, they're more analogous to gravitational forces. It's 1 over R. So you get a voltage per meter instead of a voltage per square meter in the Earth's electromagnetic field. It's 1 over R type of situation. And then you get 1 over R squared, which is the more gravitational. And then you get 1 over R cubed, which is more the magnetic. The 1 over R cubed is special relativity, general relativity. The R cubed relationship is the fast field limit, or it's not the Newtonian limit. It's the the external limit. So there's an R1, there's an R2, and there's an R3. And each of these forces are either gravity, electromagnetism, or magnetism, RQ. And magnetism is RQ. It causes precession, because as Mercury goes around the sun, it's close to its magnetic field, so its poloidal action is really eccentric. And it's that poloidal action that gives it the R cubed, which is the special relativistic mass of that, because it's a ripple. It's not the orbit, it's a ripple. The ripple is causing the R cubed type of force. Hey, is that really
That's Jeremiah.
It is.
Jeremiah, what's
And
up?
let me tell you, I don't normally come on these streams, but you pulled me in, and you pulled me in because what you're talking about here is fundamental space-time metric engineering. You've understood that epsilon and mu, being variables in space-time, are completely manipulable, and that we can do it quite easily by setting up both magnetic and electric fields. But here's the thing: they are not static. Static is nothing. There is no useful energy in a static field. However,
everything is in motion compared to something else. There's no.
However, Oldman Builds has been struggling with a particular idea, and I want to point it out because hearing him talk now and knowing that he's understanding at this current point in time, he's finally grasped it. And I was waiting for this. You now understand that you can compress and expand space-time, as Tesla would have said. You can take the aether and it can be put under compression or rarefaction. So you can basically stretch it out. And what is it?
Fluid.
What's that?
It's like a superfluid.
It literally is. And so the question then becomes, how much space is inside of a space? If I have a 1 foot...
It's fractal, man.
And it's right. It's just sitting there in the same reference frame as the rest of the outside environment. The inside volume of that 1 foot cubic box is 1 cubic foot. However, if we pump the inside of that box with a load of electromagnetic energy, but it can also be in many other forms, and the forms that get the real amplified effects we'll talk about later on in this show. But you pump it full of energy. And the fact is now the inside of the box has more energy in it in terms of its space-time relative energy momentum.
It's got more ripples, man.
Right.
That, dude.
So there are 3 different terms that are commonly used, and a term is just basically assemblies or strings of words. And in this case, the 3 terms that are commonly used to describe the amount of energy that's in a volume of space is stress energy momentum, stress energy, or stress momentum. The
4 vector is literally the magnetic vector potential.
Right. The magnetic vector potential is the most important key in all of electrogravity and alternative energy research. And the reason for why is...
That's why I love you, man. You're so smart.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say that I had great mentors, and they have taught me well.
Jeremiah gets it.
But I do love my mentors and greatly respect the fact that they bothered to spend their time to teach me when I was not wise and did not know any of this stuff. They taught me before I had achieved over unity, before I had achieved it multiple times in multiple ways, and before I seen these weird space-time effects. I've verified the effects and the theoretical model that I'm running with right now with the laser interferometer and through a variety of other methods. I don't go public with most of these things, primarily because... 1, I'll get major kickback from the scientific community, which right now they're not quite ready for, and I will release all of that information when they're ready for it, or after they collapse. One of the two is going to be soon to come. But yeah, so all this stuff is going to come out, and if it's not through me, it'll come out inevitably. I don't care who does it first. Realistically, it's just the idea is this. Okay, we think of space-time as rigid. It's symmetrical. It's the same everywhere. If we think about the stress energy momentum density in any volume of space, Right now, general relativity, the entirety of general relativity is based on something called epsilon naught and mu naught. And they're not the only naught values. And naught means basically zero. They're assumed to be the same everywhere. But
May I
literally everything in the
say something
universe.
to you real quick that may shift your thinking on that? Just real quick.
Oh, hold on. Let Jeremiah finish.
I'm already going to cover this. I promise you. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm opening with what you'll hear from university professors that haven't looked into this.
Yeah.
If you present an idea that seems to violate laws of thermodynamics or the laws of momentum, right?
Okay, let him talk, please.
I promise you it's gonna be good. Okay, so if you look at the first and second law of thermodynamics, what we're gonna find is that both require one fundamental thing to be true, that all things happen within a closed system. If anybody wants to show me a closed system in this entire universe, I would sure love to see it, because the closest thing that I've ever seen to a closed system is the concept of a black hole. However, if you look at its whole dynamic system, it sucks in energy, it converts that energy into a different form, then it reconverts it back out through ejection jets, which are now currently known as Hawking radiation, but I don't care what name you give to it. The idea is energy comes in from the edge along the plane of a disk, and it shoots out at an orthogonal angle to that disk. And this is some of the same stuff that we've seen from guys like OdySee. And he shows this integration disintegration diagram of how the energy flows into a system and gets ejected back out based on the way the field geometry is configured. But it's all about energy, momentum, density. So what I'm saying is basically inside a laser beam, there's more stress, energy, momentum, and time actually flows slightly slower inside of that laser beam than it does outside that laser beam. And if you can pump enough energy into a space, and it doesn't matter what form the energy is in, it really doesn't. It can be sound, it can be light, it can be electromagnetic waves, it can be heat. It doesn't matter what form the energy is in. What matters is that it has a very high density. And the higher you can get that density, the closer you get to this effect. So there's something known as the Schwinger limit. The Schwinger limit talks about this unusual concept that was discovered through the Bright-Wheeler process. And the Schwinger limit basically says this: if you take two photons that have 511 kiloelectron volts and you cross them in some space, even though it doesn't always happen, and the main reason for why it doesn't always happen is because they don't always cross them exactly correctly, and because little fluctuations in the space-time energy momentum density will affect the fact that these lasers have a very high mass energy, meaning they're carrying a large amount of momentum with them. And these are usually extremely high power pulse lasers, at least into the terawatts or petawatts for most of the systems that we have in order to reach the necessary energy levels for photon energy. But you cross these two beams of light in space, and ideally it's just single photons, but you'll end up producing positron electron pairs, particle pairs that literally pop out of space-time and become physical matter. And the positrons will almost immediately find something to neutralize on. They don't annihilate. The term that the term annihilation that's used to describe what happens to antimatter is really a misnomer. What they do is they recombine. And the reason why we know this is they do something super interesting. Say you take a positron and an electron, you stick them some distance apart, and there's nothing between them in the way. They'll start to pull each other together, but if they have any momentum at all, any differential in velocity, they're not still, which of course they're never going to be still because they're not at absolute zero, and absolute zero is impossible due to the cosmic microwave background. So, that being said, they will never come straight together and slam directly into each other. They will actually start to orbit each other, creating a state of something called positronium. Positronium modifies space-time. The energy density of an electron and a positron circling each other creates layers of negative and positive charge field density of polarized space-time, which begins to wrap up on itself in a both helical from the top down if you're looking at a slice, but realistically toroidal assembly. And it starts to physically change the amount of volume in that space in terms of the speed of light through that space, because these layers are bound up on each other and there's an incredibly high stress. And the reason for why there's a high stress is these physical particles, the electron and the positron, in the state of positronium, they are, as they're circling in towards each other and trying to reach a smaller and smaller radius and spinning up faster and faster, they are producing and radiating out electric fields. Now, the funny thing is, it takes 511 keV per photon with 2 photons, so a total of 1022 mega electron volts of energy to produce a particle-antiparticle pair split through the Breit-Wheeler process. And once you've got that, you will get 2 gamma photons out of the recombination event that are exactly 511 kiloelectron volts each. So that means you put in that amount of energy, you get back out 100% of it. But you get something else extra for free. It's never talked about, and this is very much stuff that you can't talk about, and you'll never hear it from the particle physics labs because they aren't interested in these kinds of topics. The fact that during the positronium state, until it reaches 0.65 C differential between the two particles, technically not 0.65 C differential, but each particle has to be going at least 0.65 the speed of light, or excuse me, 65% the speed of light in order to be combined. They actually will not come together unless they're at least at that velocity. It's kind of anti-intuitive. You think if they're going slow, they just eventually drift together, but they don't.
Can I say one thing just to
Yeah,
clarify
go ahead.
for people that aren't used to this? Like, you're describing Dirac type of equations instead of Schrödinger.
This does come directly from that, and it's based on the work of Dirac and Warren York and a variety of others. There are actually 15 different names that I can go off of right now from which these theories are built upon.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it splits from Schrödinger because most physicists look at the Schrödinger equation for, like spectra and stuff, right? But Dirac has his own with antiparticles and symmetry.
Right.
That's a different avenue. So I would just make that clear that you're going off a Dirac type of quantum mechanics instead of Schrödinger.
Well,
right?
it is, but it isn't. The ideas that I'm describing now came to me, and they came directly into my mind. I seen them vividly in front of me during my series of hallucinations that happened with my eyes open while I was on nothing. Well, not every single one of them when I was on nothing, but most of them were. And I've had these throughout my entire life. I've had them as far back as 3 years old that I can remember. And
interrupt one more time?
Go ahead.
All right. You said with the permeability and permittivity when it comes
Correct.
to light squared, right? You got 1 over the square root for C of the permeability and the permittivity. You also have the Lorentz transformation equation, okay, where you get V over C squared.
Booyah.
Okay, V over C squared is the the
A field is the key. A field is your time field.
Well, I'm talking about, okay, so V over C is equal to the fine structure constant, okay, right, for hydrogen.
Okay.
V over C is the fine structure constant. So whenever you get to the Lorentz transformation and it's V over C squared, it's the fine structure constant squared. So the fine structure constant is actually a part of special relativity itself. It's the coupling between the velocity of it going around and its poloidal frequency because of the magnetic field caused by the
Right. I'm glad you brought up the fine structure constant. Because you said it ahead of time and because you correlated these ideas, I can now tell you this. The technology I can describe here, if you would like to hear about it,
Yeah, let me tell you what I think too. I mean, we're developing it. Why not, right?
Right. Yes, this technology can modify the fine structure constant and lower the Schwinger limit down to extremely achievable energy levels.
Yeah, the fine structure constant is the Lorentz transformation.
Exactly, and it's highly subject to the saturation of the localized space.
But that is related to the A field to give it the curvature of the ripple, I call. Instead of the orbit, that fine structure constant gives it that ripple. That's
Right.
why that's why you can have an atom that has like a clover type of ripple or a
Right.
type of ripple, because for every one revolution you're getting colloidal that is not one. So it's non-Keplerian. Like we learn about Kepler with ellipses, but we don't understand the ripple. You know, the ellipse is
Well,
only a two-dimensional figure.
I just realized, I'm looking at the comments here that are playing on the live stream and realizing people would like us to stop for a minute and let Nathan digest what we've just talked about and break it down for everyone else.
Yeah, I
By
agree.
all means, guys, keep going, man.
Well, I mean, people are asking, would you
All right,
please translate that to English?
all I'm saying is you take Kepler's equations. It's parametric on an ellipse. Realize that during that ellipse it goes up and down, 1 to 1. So you have one orbit and one up and down ripple. That produces an ellipse. But in 3 dimensions, it's a wave. You have an amplitude. Okay? And you can have 2 to 1. You can have 3 to 1, you can have 4 to 1. That's where you get into atomic spectra. Because sometimes there's more ripples per orbit that produce the fine structure. The fine structure is related off of Lorentz. It gives you the magnetic field. Like as a particle is going through a magnetic field, the reason it's going on that colloidal orbit is because of the magnetic field. That's the whole purpose it does that. And it explains.
Well, yes and no. Here's the thing. Whenever possible, you should try not to incite the use of the magnetic field, because just remember, the magnetic field technically doesn't exist. It's a mathematical concept used to describe viewing an electric field which has the property of acceleration from 90 degrees. And it depends on basically the charge density. So if there's an unbalanced number of charges or quantity of charges within some unit volume of material, like say electrons flowing through a wire, you end up with this differential between the fact that the electrons are in motion and the protons are not.
Without magnetism, okay? All you got to do is take r cubed times the angular velocity of the orbit squared, apply it to a hydrogen atom, and you get that the gravitational constant is equal to Coulomb's constant. If you take as r cubed times its angular velocity squared on a hydrogen, you get exactly Coulomb's constant. But there's 2 stipulations. It has to be the reduced mass. Okay? You know what the reduced mass is?
No, tell me.
It's the mass 1 times mass 2, which is the mass of the nucleus times the mass of the electron, divided by the sum of the mass of the electron and the mass of the nucleus.
Can I address one of the comments?
Oh, yeah,
Bogani, please explain. You disagree, exotic. I've experimented, and when the curl is removed, the results are different. I would like to know what you've discovered there, and just kind of give me a brief on it.
I love you, Bob Irish. And Ian is like, he relates music to it. That's what I love most.
Oh, he's a musician. Well, I absolutely want to link to his channel, then, or I'll have to check it out, because if he posts stuff there.
I don't know if he's a musician, but like the way he talks, he seems like he's like all into Pythagoras and like very like the circle of fists. Like he's awesome. Like he understands it from a resonance.
Yes.
The resonance is Old Man Bill's been saying this forever.
It
You
is
know,
about the resonance. In fact, this is exactly what Mr. X taught me.
yeah, but it's
That
the
you-
resonance. It's the resonance of 3 spins. There's axes going on. There's an orbit. There's a ripple, and there's a literal spin of the planet. You know, so there's 3 things going on at once.
Well, yeah, I mean, here's the beautiful thing about the whole thing. I hate to incite as above, so below due to the fact that it's been misused, but it's very true in this situation. You spin one electron valence shell, you'll ultimately spin up the nuclei.
Mhm.
When you spin up that nuclei, then you're going to end up generating all kinds of other fields that are brand new that wouldn't exist otherwise at a ground state.
If I may
And-
say, special
Right.
relativity says it shouldn't surpass the speed of light, but literally an electron spins faster than the speed of light.
Right,
So,
and like we have
they
no
won't go
idea
there
how
because they
fast the
say
three.
that special relativity forbids spinning faster than the speed of light, but it literally spins faster than the speed of light.
Well, right, and it has to. If it didn't spin faster than the speed of light, you couldn't explain the strong nuclear force.
Right. Yeah, so relativity has got to be abandoned there because it's literally spinning faster than the speed
Well,
of light.
again, and here's the thing about relativity. It gets a bad rep exactly in the same way that when relativity first came out, Newton's theories got a bad rep. Newton wasn't wrong. It just simply wasn't complete. Newton contained only a number of variables that describe the motion of bodies, and they were completely accurate in terms of very simple systems. But when you add in high velocities and other forces that take place that he didn't include, then came about the theory of special relativity, which eventually became the theory of general relativity, which eventually became the incomplete Einstein Descartes theory, the unifying theory of everything. And they were attempting to answer or address the fact that they had excluded the aether.
Closest to theory of everything is Kaluza-Klein, in my opinion.
Well,
Not
it seems like
Descartes a vortex. Which
right. It
I
seems
do
like
love Descartes, but it's philosophical.
well, I do want to include that Einstein and Descartes were never able to complete this theory. Einstein died before he could complete it, but he did spend the last.
Descartes was like born in the 1600s.
Well, I don't know why it was included in the theory, but I'm just saying Einstein died before he completed it, and it was one of his bigger regrets because he spent the last 15 years of his life trying to convince his peers that
This is
he did-
Einstein with Kaluza-Klein that you're referring to. That's the closest. Einstein with Kaluza-Klein, not Descartes.
in either case, he couldn't convince his peers that his new model was superior to the old one and explained a lot of the things that weren't included, but they didn't want to take it because they had already learned this and they were teaching it in university and decided that it was better to keep with the current paradigm than to adopt something else that might include or incite at least the necessity of an aether.
Yeah, when Kaluza-Klein actually entered, though, they unified gravity with electromagnetism there. But they didn't understand. They called it a fifth wheel because it was a compactified spatial dimension. And all I'm saying is the compactified spatial dimension is that little loop around the torus. It's a compactified temporal dimension because there's an axis of rotation on the torus. So the fifth dimension is really the colloidal action. It's the ripple of the wave. The wave equations have the orbit, the ripple, and the spin. And once you put all those angular momentums in, it describes galaxies to atoms. I mean, on sub 1%.
Right. But it's based on these principles that I'm building the gravity wave generator and a variety of other devices. I had something very interesting happen that was pretty shocking and sent me on quite the journey of trying to log information as fast as it was coming into my head. There were a series of calls which, if I had to add them all together that happened over the last several days, I have to say it was at least 16 hours or more. Talking with the smartest people that I know on Earth and working the ideas out so we could actually do something with them. And
join you on one of those conversations?
No, let him finish.
I would absolutely love to to bring you in on these conversations. If this stuff is things that you're interested in and you build, the conversations are extremely technical. We get into mainly the details on what we are physically testing and the results.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Okay, then you're in. All I need
engineer
is your contact
I'm
information.
loving it.
The physics is boring to me, but I feel like, hey, why not put the icing on the cake? Like, if I can do the physics and explain the experiments, it's really, the cream de crop.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, yeah, and I understand, Elijah, that you'd like this to be recorded, but unfortunately, we're going to talk about stuff that's probably quite personal, and it could be involving family and that sort of stuff. These conversations tend to get very brotherly, pretty quickly, and unless Lulu's on, then they get very family. But nevertheless, we get into some stuff that we wouldn't necessarily want to broadcast, and then we do these live streams where we summarize some of the things that we talked about, off air, and when we've had a chance to think about them, break them down, and put them into words that somewhat make sense to the general public.
I'd like to have BurnEye talk about alchemy too, because I really want to apprentice BurnEye. If he's willing to be an apprentice.
Absolutely.
Do you mind if I try
Been putting together more presentations with more of like my experiments, like documentation, evidence, and more of coherent theories and stuff, as well as combining more of Sir Isaac Newton's original information and decoding of alchemical symbols.
Can you make
Love
a
to know all of your
make a promise to not say certain secrets if they're disclosed? Some secrets to hold in your heart.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll tell you guys
Absolutely.
about a little something I'm working on here. So the story, if you want to hear it, I should ask first if you want. Okay, well, I know you want to hear it, old man, but you guys want to hear it?
No, not at all.
Of course.
Well, tough. Now you're gonna hear it.
Okay, so a couple of days
Easy.
ago, I was really thinking about a device that we had started working on as a group called the ZPF energy converter, and it's a stupidly simple device. It's something like this: we have a thoriated tungsten rod, 2% doped, which is a radioactive welding rod, completely legal to buy in a 10-pack in the United States. We're using 1/8-inch diameter rods. Around this rod are a series of copper screen meshes. They're very thin, and they involve a set of concentric cylinders. There are 4 cylinders in total in the assembly that I've designed currently. And if anyone here has heard of the Ed Gray tube, it's somewhat like this. Well, ZEV has produced a set of papers which talk about this concept where piezoelectric crystals of a certain nature can convert ambient thermal energy directly into amplified electrical output, thereby stealing heat from the environment and within themselves. The problem is you can't get heat through a piezoelectric crystal fast enough, so that's one way to do it, and you could potentially take that technology and shrink it down into a AAA that just simply never goes dead. But besides that point, if you wanted some real power, power to run things like, I don't know, a refrigerator, stove, washing machine, drying machine, that kind of stuff, you'd need something a little bit different. And so if you wanted to steal heat and convert it into energy, we are quite a few degrees Kelvin above absolute zero, and we can go all the way down to that. So it'll get frosty. Go ahead.
Or beta emitter.
Just let him finish.
It's a beta emitter.
Okay.
There's a better material that's a double beta emitter, and I'm not going to get into what that is because I haven't tried it and haven't worked with it, but it's on our theoretical framework right now of things that we want to work with. Nevertheless, right now we're using thoriated tungsten rods because they're available and people can buy them off Amazon. And everything we chose for this is basically around the concept that you can get this crap on the internet at least for the time being, and do it yourself if you have a 3D printer or you have the skills to do it by hand. There are, many ways to make it, but a series of concentric rings or concentric cylinders, basically with a rod down the center. So the rod and the cylinders produce a cylindrical capacitor. And if you build a field between the outermost mesh, the outside cylinder, and the internal electrode, there's a capacitance between those two, and there's an electric field between those two. That electric field polarizes space-time between the two and also polarizes any active or working gas that happens to have Brownian motion or thermal energy within it. Thermal energy is restricted along certain axes because of the electric field polarization of all the molecules. Therefore, if you charge it up slowly, they simply retwist, and now they have a stress energy gradient causing their dipole moment to align along a certain axis, which points out from the center of the, or from the OD of the rod to the ID of the outer cylinder. But you have these other two stream meshes which are sort of floating that exist between the two, and they're basically doing nothing active at the moment. Well, when you suddenly discharge the device, the potential between the outside screen mesh and the internal rod goes to zero, and now the polarized spacetime that was stressed and produced a field both inside and outside the device has to collapse back in and now become zero. So now the conditions for epsilon naught can be fulfilled. When it does that, it produces a very specific type of field. It produces a toroidal type of field, and it's a very strange geometry that I'm not even going to attempt to explain in words. But what will happen is it can steal the thermal energy from the environment as it's adding it to the electrons that are existing between the internal electrode and the outside screen mesh. And so a ripple is created where an induced voltage becomes apparent on the two inside screens. And if you use all four screens, in my case, the three inside screens, where you can control one of the grid, and you can capture that energy for free because it only takes X amount of energy to, let's say it takes, 1 microjoule to charge this thing up. Well, when you charge it up, you can get out 1 microjoule of energy or close to it. You'll always have less energy out if you just discharge it as a capacitor. But the fact that you have these other plates between, and you get a phase delay between the two, and because the polarization of the molecules is already being stressed and polarizing the Brownian motion that takes place there, the Brownian motion then adds to the acceleration of the charged particles, or the dipole moment that stretches them out a slight bit farther. So,
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think the chirality of the copper mesh matters? Which way?
The chirality does matter, but not quite in that direct sense.
Okay.
Because it's actually a closed loop.
You think maybe one's more efficient in one direction than the other, though?
Well, we're working on a variation. Right now exists as a thought experiment because I haven't drawn up the diagrams for it in order to build it.
Okay.
But there is one variation that works somewhat differently, and it's very, very similar, but it will have an effect on time, where the original device is designed to pump time back, in and out somewhat omnidirectionally. In this other device, it would pump time out unidirectionally, depending on the polarity, or pump time in. And you can get a lot of energy at a time.
I think the EV gray tube analogy is really good here. I can see what you're saying with that. I would say that there are artificial type of radioactive materials, like you say, tungsten maybe mixed. There was More's lead, which was mixed with lead and copper, and sometimes aluminum foil, that would give you a natural radiative material just by mixing lead with copper and a little bit of aluminum. It would radiate beta particles. So it was a beta emitter. And if you wrapped it with the copper mesh that you say, it resembles the Ed Gray type of tube where that surface area, because it's a mesh, would, as the current travels through it, is going to cross more sections because it's a mesh.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I agree, and I think you're along the lines of E.B. Gray there.
Oh, you're exactly right. That's why I mentioned Ed Gray's too, because it's the motivation for where this design initially comes from. Although
The
he
chirality
didn't.
matters.
What's that?
I think the chirality matters. If it's clockwise or anti-clockwise, I think there's a difference. Just a slight efficiency.
Well, we designed this system to be completely symmetrical. It's neither.
You tested?
Yes, we did.
It's neither chirality.
No, not at this point.
That's so cool. And your calibration, you know
Yeah.
all about it. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
we tested it with multiple. Well, no, I don't think I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think
I'm
you
okay to
just
admit when I'm wrong. You know?
no, you're not. I don't think you're wrong. I just
like
think
to
you
learn.
haven't seen the physical device itself. I think when you see it, the thought in your head that you're using to make that conclusion is probably not representative of the actual device, and so you're probably not wrong. I think when you see it, you'll realize, oh, it looks different than what I thought it looked like, and then you'll realize your new understanding, and it will probably be correct, because everything else you've said so far, and the reason why I jumped on the show in the first place, is because of the stuff that you and Old Bam were saying, which was right on point and so spot on that I just had to step in and add some information that I thought would be useful to anybody working on this tech.
Straight up, like with the helical toroid, and energy, I have unified the small and large scale, sub 1%. And all it takes is a helix, a torus, and the energy relation. It could be binding energy and electron, like with an atom, give you the spectrum. I can give you the spectrums of, whatever atom you want, just based off of the relationship of the helicity with the toroidal geometry. Energy.
I would love to give you some information about chirality, and give me just a second to find my. Yes, give me just a second. I need to locate a certain lab notebook that has that information in it. We tested it with bagel coil fields and found out that chirality produces a very interesting effect when you utilize the A field component, and
yes,
it's ultra critical. So I just need to locate where I set my.
If I may say, the whole point of chirality, like when it comes to Venus's like weird orbit, like we got Mercury's precession, right? Venus actually has a weird orbit because it spins opposite to most planets, and that retrograde spin actually gives it a chirality that's permitting the ripple. So it has less of a ripple because it's spinning retrograde. And no other theory explains the low ripple of Venus because of its retrograde spin.
Oh, geez, where is that? We're talking about the.
But I'll tell you what, while you look for it, let's just explain what they got for free. You're talking about taking molecules and separating and combining them.
Molecules are really bad.
Well, hold on. We'll just go back to that.
Yeah,
real
here
quick.
it is. Let me
People
answer the
asking.
question about chirality. I found it. Okay, so what we found out is that if you build a triple left-handed helix, it creates a negative charge potential that shows up in the physical space around the device. And if you build it right-handed, it produces this positive charge potential. So that the way that we tested this is when we produced exotic vacuum objects which were self-sustained and they were semi-stable, we would identify them based on which high voltage ionic charge attracted them in and would neutralize them. If you don't neutralize them, they'll strike you and they'll burn your skin. They can even penetrate part of your body and burn your internal tissues, which Space Case found out the hard way, unfortunately. But I've experienced similar, and I lost feeling on one side of my body, on the right side, that extended from my right shoulder, down my arm, and on the right side of my rib cage, and somewhat into my chest. So it was a very interesting experiment. I was using a high power transmitter that can go up to 100 watts at 450 megahertz, be up to, and at the lowest 400 megahertz. So I was transmitting at 432, and I did ramp that frequency down. The effect happened, I think, around 429. I had to be very careful because those are military frequencies. And I ended up doing two things. One of them that I noticed immediately. So I suddenly started to lose sensation on the right side of my body. I only ran it for about 15 or 16 seconds after the thing kicked in, and space-time had become bent enough, if you want to use that term, or distorted enough where the effect was cumulatively built up and started to produce this phenomena. What I didn't realize is what I had done to the local space would stick around. So there's a Star Trek episode, and it's kind of interesting. I believe it's Star Trek: The Next Generation, and this particular planet in some part of space, they're complaining. They create this, they create this event where they stop starships in their warp drive transit in order to warn them that basically their warp drives are screwing up subspace. Subspace. Thank you very much. Words not working because I have not had much sleep. They're screwing up subspace, and if they keep on doing it, warp drive won't be possible through this area of space, and it's going to stick around and last a while. It persists. So you can do something to the local space that will just stick around, and it doesn't immediately come back to neutral. So basically, the speed of light is not the only constraint here. If you physically modify space-time, you do not replace all of the matter-antimatter particle pairs that you produce, because you use them and drag them along, you'll end up stretching space-time out like you're smearing ink on a paper, and that smear does not neutralize instantaneously. And if it takes up a long enough distance, then that entirety of space-time from the beginning to the end of that smear has to neutralize, and it takes a lot longer time. So depending on how far you go, if you say you go 20 light years, it's going to take 20 years for that time to head back to neutrality before it can finally neutralize, because entropy can only happen at the speed of light. So this being said, you have an issue where if you modify space-time in your local environment, it's going to affect things for as long as you ran that field. And I ran the field long enough to screw up my local space-time where it would repolarize compasses and or erase them if I placed it where I ran that antenna, and I would get sick if I stood too close to it for any more than a few minutes. And this lasted for almost 9 months. I finally had somebody, if you want to believe any of this stuff, a remote viewer and a good friend of mine, take a look at it, see that he's seen it as a sharp pinch. That was directly where I thought it was. I did not tell him where it was in my lab. I described the lab and its dimensions, and then he looked inside of this area and told me precisely where this thing was. And
hey, Bernie, may I ask you something? Have you heard of microwave-induced alchemy?
Yes, a whole bunch of it, and I'm actually looking to start experimenting with it this summer.
Can I maybe assist you in that? Give you a little bit of heads up, but you have to be quiet.
Yeah, let me add
100%.
something to what you're saying. I think you should really take him up on this offer, Bernie, because you seriously need a
100%.
mentor that has done transmutation and other things, and you need to also learn the alchemical ways.
I'm game.
And I know you've studied it, and I know you've read it, but there are things that a mentor will tell you that aren't in the docs.
Absolutely.
I recommend that you take him up on this.
Choice, man. I'm not going to force
I
you.
am game. I would love to.
And you also want to
I'm-
cross-reference with
Yeah.
Esoteric Gold. So Esoteric Gold's your buddy. He'll help you with this, and he's got his experience. He's a very practical alchemist.
Bottles, the cobalt. You've seen that, right, Bernie? Where the blue bottles were used, and
Yep.
cobalt seemed to have higher gold content when it came to microwave methods. Microwave methods are better because
Sir.
it's easier. You know what I mean? You can literally put them in graphite molds and do microwave experiments.
You should realize that Bernie's not set up or get up for any machine shop work, and he doesn't necessarily have the tools, but neither electrical nor mechanical, to process these things. So
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be a lot of extension cords into a field.
But you know,
To
blue
run
glass
that away.
resulted in higher gold content with microwave methods, right? Can you say that?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
By the way, that Star Trek episode, there was a male and a female in there that were talking about it, and the male went in there and caused the ship to explode. That's how he got their attention. I watched the whole episode. It was great. Sorry.
I want to address another question from the comments. Once again, this one is from Bog Irish Ian. And he says, have you been advised to use a field opening and closing statement to require the experiment to produce no harm to any living thing and interdimensionally? This is important. I want to address that. What I had done in my experiment, I did not realize what it would do. I was looking for a warp field phenomena that I was well acquainted with from a Italian research company called PNN, or Propulsion Non-Newtonian. And I replicated one of their devices with my own little spin on it. They tell you don't replicate things that you change the original device in any way, shape, or form. Well, here's the thing. They had Italian-made equipment that was only available there, and I could not replicate exactly as they had done it. So I had to understand the principles from their core with first principles thinking, and in that, I created a slightly different device that didn't do what theirs did. It did something different. My device affected time. It did not produce a propulsive effect. It's not what I was expecting. We put it inside of a Faraday cage over in New Jersey at Falcon Space Labs and ran it against a series of different measurements. We used field probes and a frequency analyzer, a spectrum analyzer, very expensive piece of equipment, and a variety of other gear, including oscilloscopes and dividers and current probes to measure the input. So we basically checked all our parameters. We want to see, here's the amount of power we're pumping into it. Our amplifier is working. We checked the heat, and we've seen some very curious effects. One of the things that it did was knock out anything that was Faraday shielded. So the first stuff it did was it emits a field straight through the completely grounded solid steel chassis. It's, solid might be the wrong word, but it's made of aluminum flashing material, sheet metal aluminum that's wrapped all around the entire cage. And each sheet is bolted together, screwed together so that there's good electrical contact. And that's on the inside. On the outside, it's also completely aluminum. There's a gap to have this sort of capacitance. So both are ground. I think it's either between 9 and 12 individual 10-gauge solid ground strap wires that go into a ground rod that's directly in the center where we jackhammer it out or pound it out with a chisel, something like that. Yeah, it was a chisel that we used. The center around the acorn nut so that we could have this thing underneath the floor. And the floor is made of 9 aluminum square panels. So to say that it's pretty well shielded, I think is sufficient. The fields would pass straight through that Faraday cage. They did not care. They knocked out computers in the next room, and they completely shut off all the GoPro cameras, which were also completely shielded in copper foil. Not only did they do that, but here's the really interesting thing. We said, okay, what can we possibly use to look at this experiment inside the cage? It's not going to go black as soon as we turn it on. And we ended up connecting a fully shielded and steel encased fiber optic camera inside the cage. And what we noticed is the fiber optic camera would observe the laser dot that we were using for center position on whether or not the thruster was moving. And the laser dot would get about twice as bright the second we hit the key switch on the transmitter. So even though it didn't produce a thrust force or propulsive force, it certainly seemed to penetrate just about everything around it. And one of the ways that it did this was the use of high frequency manganese zinc ferrite rods, which would absorb the RF energy from the transmitter and antenna elements, which were 6 inches long, or roughly about 6 inches long, 200 strand, 36 gauge Litz wire, each of which had a copper jacket around it. So these are enamel coated magnet wires, 36 gauge, that are all basically parallel to each other. And to really amplify the effect, and I know I shouldn't have done this in hindsight, but I twisted those wires at roughly about a 22.5 degree angle, and those are laying next to the set of double ferrites on both sides. That twist, I was wondering, should affect this localized space-time, even if it didn't produce a propulsive force, but it looks like what I ended up doing is replacing one force for another. So instead of getting the linear force, I ended up getting a torsional force, which just simply compresses it on the inside instead of producing a directional thrust. But now we know.
Yeah, I would say it's chirality.
In this case, it really was.
But let me
You say a room over? They blew out the computers?
It kept on shutting the monitors off and occasionally freaked them out. Some of the connected hardware would stop working, and I was asked to stop running my experiments because somebody was doing database work. So I waited, and then I ran them later.
Sounds familiar, Nathan.
Y'all want to know how to make gold?
Well, I've created fields that do that. They'll pass through the whole entire house. Yeah, you're not stopping this. There's no metal. It's go right through everything.
Absolutely. Longitudinal modes do this. Hertzian modes don't.
The only thing that slowed it down was mineral oil. The viscosity in it was different.
Yeah, salt water will slow it down. Anything that has a high mass compared to empty space will slow it down. And it'll tend to diffract it and scatter it. But that's because it has ambient motion. If everything that was in the way was completely cooled to absolute zero, the same way it would just slow it down, and then you get wave interference patterns as a result of it slowing down. Exactly the same way that a prism slows down frequencies of light based on their wavelength and their contained stress energy momentum density, that they will bend in at different angles because they're dealing with the stress energy momentum of the physical matter within the prism. And it's the same thing here. It acts like a physical lens. Like you've got some fluid inside, and so when light enters the region of stress space-time, it slows down.
So did you see the little dark shadows running around the room while you're running the experiment?
No one's ever asked me that question, but the answer is yes.
Oh,
Because not many people know that they're there and that there's succubuses to you and your energy of your field around you.
I've identified what they are, by the way. They're not succubuses. I don't have that problem here. I have had it once, and it was actually really amazing, and I didn't realize the fact, but let me tell you, once is enough, and it was great, and I'm not going back.
Well, let me just tell you, there's secrets of devices that everybody doesn't tell. And the ionization that you have to use in the room to create this stuff with that field, along with another field, is very important to understand. And Hutchinson knew it just fine. I created it myself, and there are multiple things that went around the room. And unless you clear that room properly, they don't necessarily go away all the time. So
they don't, and this is why we have two different electric magic wands, one with the positive output, one with the negative output. And if you use the two together in conjunction, you will rip everything out of that room and completely neutralize the fields, including absorbing all exotic vacuum objects which were produced, and then some.
Yeah, I keep a very big high voltage capacitor charged and just pop it. In order to clear the room.
Yeah, Gerald told me about that technique too, and it's pretty effective.
Yeah, I can tell you, man, only certain people know about that, and they're afraid to talk about it, but it's the absolute truth. It's what happens.
I'm not afraid to talk about it. I just simply don't bring it up because it's really not relevant until you talk to somebody else that's seen it.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. You have to, let's just put it this way. Everything's in proportion to your room and how you fill up the room with the energy.
Right.
And I think that's what a lot of people miss about Hutchinson and what he did. They don't take the room into account, so they fail. And they do it.
Exactly. Oh man,
You
you
see?
nailed it. You guys hearing what he's saying? You got to play this section back for the last 2 minutes because what he's just revealed to you is how to consider your approach to Hutchinson. And if you do exactly what he just said and start with that basic premise, you're very much more likely to achieve it.
Those
Yeah,
big warehouses aren't going to cut it.
it's pretty easy.
Boom.
Yeah,
I
they
think,
fail all the time.
You guys heard about the time travel place in Georgia with the Valdosta? Like it's right between Florida and Georgia. There's a spot where people pull over on the highway, and there's stories where they see this gas station and like the attendant will go on the phone and do like a spin dial old type phone and get with an operator. And we know in our day, like, we don't deal with operators. So this guy's like phoning, getting with an operator, and it's like a time warp. Like they traveled like 50 years back in time. And like people bought these chips and would travel out, and the chips would get old, and they'd open the chip bag. It would be like old stale chips. And there's a time warp. There's literally a time warp in Georgia, but it's like on the Florida Georgia line, Valdosta.
I wonder if there's a Berkeley current coming down there. Hey, by the way, the Straight Dope. Yeah, your entire 3-hour-long podcast, you're a mod, so you can post links. Please post a link to that podcast right here in the chat.
You want to, like, I think it'd be fun to go there.
I'm lost. For what podcast?
The Straight Dope commented, we have an entire 3-hour-long podcast on the subject, LOL.
On Valdosta?
I'm not sure, but I want a link.
So you'd like to see it.
Dude, Valdosta.
On Hutchinson? Is that what you're talking about?
Dude, like,
Or is
there's
it on the shadows coming out?
just like, oh man, he told the story of a guy that traveled through this cloud and it started warping, and he literally like time traveled faster than he should have to the destination that he was supposed to be going to.
Yeah, I know exactly which case you're talking about.
Yeah, there's natural things that happen. You know what I mean? And in Valdosta, there's a time, something going on with time where you literally can go back about 50 years in that area.
We found out that you can create one of those places.
Yeah, but these are natural. I believe you can artificially create it, but
Well, not as easily as you can do it naturally. Okay, so I guess I'll just say this much. You can pull down a current from the ionosphere, use the A field, and do this.
yeah, the A field is the hidden lane.
It is. It's the most critical part, like I said, for electrogravity
Dude.
or should I say, electrodynamic gravity is really the proper word, and for energy production.
It's a people don't understand the colloidal or the ripple is what gives you the A field.
Right.
And the more ripples you have per orbit, the more A field you get in the middle.
And you've got to have, as Old Man Builds, again, I'm going to reemphasize this because you said it, and I'm going to say it again. You have to have an atmosphere filled with ions around these devices if you want them to do magical things.
That's why I
created
rubbed it with wool, dude. That's why I rubbed it with wool, and I hit it with the pencil to hear the drum beat.
Oh,
I vibrated at that frequency, and it's proof. It's a proof of concept. And it's literally like levitating if you know how to do, if you know where it goes.
So hold on, I just want to address this real quick. Remember when we talked about the gravifier and you told me the magnetic fields stay on those two plates? And I disagreed with you, and you told me that was the fundamental reason it worked that way. But what happens when you don't put magnetism on them, but instead you put static electricity?
You can use that to produce the same fields that you need.
But
The
the important part was that when it sparked. Hold on. The important part was when it sparked. The one thing everybody leaves out is that ionization when that spark happens and where that energy flows to, because that's what fills up the room. That little part, and Hutz to do it through a bulb, which is perfectly fine. It just takes longer. This takes very few amount of time. It's very quick. And you'll know when you start to have it because things start to shake when they shouldn't. And you have the field going. That's why I argue with you on that, because that other field that we were talking about that goes through everything, it holds it in.
Yeah.
And it's probably the reason we have plasmoids.
Hutchison effect is very easy. It's very easy. It's really, literally a charged membrane. Like I have a proof of concept of what it is. It's the Hutchison effect is if you have a charged membrane. I've rubbed it with wool. There's no magnetic field. It's only the magnetic vector potential that's giving this action, and you can hear it as a result because that's the proof of concept. It's giving a speaker type of momentum with no magnetic field involved at all. The magnetic field is circulating within the PVC pipe. The magnetic field is not involved. It's the colloidal action that gives rise to the vibration of the membrane because the membrane is charged.
And this is the experiment with the black balloon, right?
Yes, that's what gives you lift. It's like a squid or a bird. Like the change in velocity between the bird's wing up and down. You have to have a change in velocity, but you'll get lift as long as that pulse is up and then quickly follows down and then up, and then quick like a squid or a bird. So it's the time rate of change of that wave, but it'll give you lift. You get effects that lift. Like
by the way, why did you go with Jarvis?
Jarvis? I am Jarvis. Miscellaneous?
Why does it say Shawn Calderon?
He's my partner.
Oh, Shawn was on early.
Oh, okay. See, I missed all that. That would explain it.
There you go.
I love Shawn.
Yeah, we're in like a total different conversation than we were earlier today. That's for sure.
Awesome.
See, that's what happens when I step in late.
Yeah, but if you want,
Hey, don't worry, I derailed it with old map for a while too, and now you guys at least took it back to the breaking edge science.
Yeah, and if you want literal anti-gravity, that's all you got to do.
Yep.
Like, it is that easy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not hiding it. I have the proof of concept. Did you try it? I know you were gonna try it, Jeremiah. Did you try it?
So here's the thing. I built it. And I haven't had the chance to set up and run it because I have been way, way, way too busy with other stuff that's critically important that right now, with all the stuff that went on in Spain and Portugal, their power going out. And then I'll tell you guys an interesting little story. But first, let me go ahead, go to my menus, settings, camera settings, and then tell Etsy to use the back camera. So let me just go ahead and do this, and then I will hit the button. So,
what have we got there?
You mind full screening?
So,
I see the bubble in the middle. It's a balloon. Nice. You gotta.
If I'm going to wind a coil, I'm going to wind it right. Is this how you wound your coil?
Yeah. Did you rub the balloon with wool?
I haven't powered it up with a balloon yet. I powered it up already, and it did what I wanted it to do with charged particles.
First of all, make sure the humidity is below 30% before you rub wool on that balloon, okay?
I'm not worried about rubbing wool because I have electric magic wands that I can just deposit however much charge I want onto it up to 130 kV. So I mean, if I want charge, I can just simply flip it around.
I'm just saying to do the original experiment. I just rubbed some wool on there, but I had to make sure that it was like 25% humidity. And
Well,
then,
that's that. I mean, like I said, that's not really a problem. I mean, I have rabbit's fur, and I have wool as well. I have both, so it's not going to be a problem.
You gotta agree, it's a cool experiment, right? You can see where it's going.
I would tell you that it's not a cool experiment. It's a fundamental physics experiment so important that if it's overlooked and ignored, we will get nowhere fast, and we'll still be around with particle accelerators that will never achieve any of this and cost billions, if not trillions of dollars. And this is why Sabine has basically been on a tirade against the particle physics community, because they don't understand this stuff. They think that you have to slam stuff together really fast and it's got to be destructive. But this is not destructive. This is constructive. This is implosion, not explosion.
Zero magnetic field. Zero.
It's just a fundamentally different way to approach these ideas. We don't need super high energy. What we need is high energy density. And we don't have to do it with photons either.
I think it's more about geometry, in my opinion.
I agree with you. The universe has fundamental geometries and ratiometric relationships that it prefers between fields, forces, and matter. And if we achieve those conditions, which are most coherent and produce harmonics of our pump frequencies, then we can produce really phenomenal effects, because now we have high Q in any resonator that we design.
You have to pulse it with a DC pulse. You can't alternate the current. Like, remember I was using the pulse width modulator? So I took a pencil and I banged it, and I heard the resonant frequency of that, and then I drove it with the pulse. It can't.
Well, let me just define what you're saying there. You're correct. You're correct if you actually qualify what you're saying, which is you have to use a non-symmetrical pulse or a biased pulse if you want unidirectional force. If your goal is not to create a unidirectional force or create a net general vector field, then you can simply pump time in and out, and you can do it symmetrically and simply utilize whatever part of the phase you want, and so you don't necessarily need the asymmetry. But I'm just saying it's dependent upon what your application is. So if your application is power in a suitcase that just simply runs your house, then you don't need the asymmetry. If your purpose is to propel your spaceship over to Alpha Centauri, then you do need it.
Yeah, you need a pulse. You need a unidirectional type of, it's easy with diodes. I told old man Bill, like, imagine if Tesla had diodes. Like, Tesla didn't even have diodes,
Speaking of diodes, I just ordered a bunch of diodes, and they were expensive.
Tesla made them with magnetic fields, which is brilliant. Like,
Yes and no. He had two different types of quote unquote diodes or rectifiers, and they go under the two names of this. One is called a plasma rectifier, and that's the name that I gave it. And the other one is called a magnetic pinch rectifier, and that's also a name that I gave it because he didn't give these things names. But one uses the magnetic field and a flow of charged particles between electrodes in order to produce the effect of rectification, and the other one, the other one simply uses the heat of the plasma in order to produce the rectification, because electrons will more easily fly off of a plasma that's hot, like, for example, a flame. If you just have a lighter flame and you charge the lighter to some really high voltage, electrons will easily flow out of it, but you won't get anywhere near as many positive ions. And so there's a difference. It's almost 2 to 1.
Thermionic emission would say like thumbtack type of configuration to make them easily evaporate.
Yeah, I mean, a flame is going to boil off electrons, no problem. And we verified that you can amplify the output of an electric field by many orders of magnitude by using the energy stolen from a flame. So if you just put in a few watts of high voltage potential, it will take that energy and add acceleration to the charged particles being produced. And so you'll end up getting, say, 10 watts in and 100 watts out because the flame has 90 watts of energy, and you can steal some, some or most of that. So
there's no violation though. That's what's funny.
Right, exactly. You know where the energy is coming from. It's coming from the hot flame.
It's like a borrowing more so.
Right, and if you do it correctly, the flame won't burn paper anymore, although it will still look like a flame.
That's interesting.
Yeah, if you take a look at electrostatic cooling and heating, you'll find that there are a series of patents on this kind of technology, and it's even being used industrially in some cases where you have a conveyor belt and you have some metal sample on it, and it's just simply sprayed with a huge amount of charge, and you can cool down that sample or heat it up.
Thermionic emission, man.
It goes far beyond thermionic emission, but
Yeah.
yes, in the base sense,
kind of debate. Yeah,
it's a good entry point.
Yeah. Oh, do we got Lou?
What's going on? What's that in the background?
I hear. Is that
not coming from me?
No, that's that was on my end. That's just noises from the person who I was giving a massage to, who I live with. Yes, she's quite fantastic, but a bit tired.
Oh man.
Amazing. That's why the camera's on. All right.
You want to know how to make gold?
So I suppose I've shared the necessary parts, unless anybody has any specific questions on how to apply this technology and physically build it. I suppose that pretty much covers what I wanted to share today.
If I may say, please try to charge the balloon. I saw like whenever I put the balloon on, there's that little dimple on top.
Yeah.
So hit it with a pencil, with the eraser. Record the frequency like a drum, and then pulse it with DC at that frequency.
Well, I wasn't going to do it that way. I was simply going to charge it up and have a constant spray of ions onto it with another electrode on the bottom that would act as the damper plate for the base and set up the electric polarization, guaranteeing that I would get the responsive action. And then here's the thing. In addition to that, I would simply ramp it on a frequency ramp from my function generator and bring it up through the tones until I hit the one that was the loudest. And I would use a transducer to detect that on my oscilloscope and look for the peak amplitude. I would simply stop it at that point and verify where my loudest amplitude was. So I could guess all day and try to get it just right and go with that frequency, but there are other harmonics that I can use as well that might be more efficient. So that's the method that I'm going to use.
I like it. It sounds good. We're talking about what's the levitation effect from the guy Hutchison.
By the way, I put that link in the private chat. Oh, Jeremiah, if you wanted to grab it.
I think it's related to Hutchison, honestly. I think the Hutchison effect is related to the A field.
Hey, old man, can you email me that? Because I can't.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, thanks. I opened this link through my email, which means I can't actually email it to myself on the same device.
No, I got it. I got you. I'll do it right now.
Hey, Bernie, you want to continue talking backstage for a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do that for a little bit here, and then yeah, because we've been on for almost 5. Nathan's been on for almost 5 hours, and I got to do a couple things before I do my Woo Woo Wednesday episode coming up with Hans Dietrich and Mike from Alien Carvings back with new findings from last week even, and some of his artifacts are geopolymer and more dating to the 10,000 year plus mark, and yeah, it's quite wild. So, a little bit of time, but not a lot. So,
Can I join?
Okay, so what are we talking about now? I'm just. I
I'm
know
gonna let you
Jeremiah
guys.
was about to leave.
I'm gonna let you guys go unless anyone has any more.
yeah, we're gonna shut her
questions.
down. I think maybe.
Thank you, Jeremiah, and have a great night.
I guess I'll stick around to the after party then, in case you guys have any offline questions.
Jeremiah, I'd like to talk with you, man.
You got my number.
You want to stick around?
Yeah, I'll stick around for the after party for sure, because there are things I would like to share with you that I can't share on air at this point.
I agree.
Well, then let me do this, guys. I'll end the show. Look, we have a contest, Joe and I. Just so you guys know, we're gonna be eating hot wings in 3 weeks. Okay, we're both on weight loss right now, so they're starving me out, and then they're gonna burn the crap out of my mouth. Okay, so there's a contest going on. What I'm gonna do is basically, if you can guess the amount of weight Joe and I lose, then you win. So you got to get them as close as you got to get them there. Okay, hey, hold on. I didn't come to the party empty-handed. Okay,
Is it you and him combined, or is it individual?
3 weeks. How many pounds do you think we'll lose? Here's what you win.
Wait,
Right
no.
here.
Is it individual, you and him?
I'm gonna give
man.
you this
Oh,
Tesla
man.
coil right here with the Slayer exciter circuit that'll run at 40 volts all day. Okay, it'd be amazing. You do a ton of experiments with it. You're gonna have a great time. But you gotta guess the weight. Now, it's just how much you lose. Okay, how much can a person lose in 3 weeks? So, just to let you know, I am right now at 325, and Joe right now is 225. So you get to figure body weight into it and how it works. Okay, so just take a guess, man, and who loses more, see which one it is, see what we both weigh. And then we were going to do it to, not for a Tesla coil, but just for hot wings. And Joe said there's not a chance you're getting out of hot wings. So he said in 3 weeks after the diet's over, we have hot wings, and he gets to pick the sauce.
Right? Who loses more, right?
But you guess, I'll just say it this way. Just if you guess one of our weights right, you're probably the winner between, how many people enter. So, you know what I mean? You can guess who does the difference, or however you want to do it. I'm okay with all of it. I think whoever hits the number of which one of us loses the weight and which one you think is going to win, I think is more important. You know what I mean? So, but I can't give it to just what, everybody says the same thing. So it has to be more specific than that.
Gotcha.
So, but that's what's going on there, guys. Anyway, we'll leave it there. I want to thank everybody in the chat and everybody that came in today. I want to thank Shawn for coming in earlier and presenting. Bernie, thank you for showing up. Also, Jarvis, good to see you again, man. Awesome. And also, Jeremiah, thank you for coming on and clarifying and hanging out with us, man, and giving us some awesome information. With that said, man, thank everybody and have a great night.
Thank you.
The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds is broken in the head. People not seeing reality has put them in the red. Where conscious and spirituality restricted from the norm and replaced with the ignorance of basic magnetic form. The geometry of God keeps running through his head. That's what makes old man builds broken in the head. The old man builds. The old man builds. Spheres of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time, battling the establishment for just a little recognition. Has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to instead. man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. Fears of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time. Battling the establishment with just a little recognition, has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to extend. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. Fears of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time. Battling the establishment for just a little recognition, has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to extend. The old man builds.